Hello, one and all. We are so back. And let me just make sure I have my saves loaded up right. Should be correct. Yeah, we just recruited Teach, and we're ready to do some quick quests at Colony Gamma, and then we're going to do go recruit our last hero in Chapter 3, and then we'll move on to the finale of the chapter, which includes one of the hardest fights in the whole game. So, lots of fun on the schedule today, and we'll see how deep we can get after that point. Good to see you guys in chat. Hi Seti, hi Mate. Hello everyone. Welcome to the stream, and let's get right into it, shall we? Hey Critic. Hey Solomon. Hi Arhead, welcome. Okay, so yeah, we got our new class, but we haven't actually applied it yet. That's Thaumaturge Teach's class, and the person who inherited that was Mio. And we'll go ahead and switch to it because Thaumaturge is a really important class to train in right away. We discussed this last time, but it gives us the ultimate Qigong skill, which is the single most important damage boosting skill in the whole game. So, first class change is Mio becomes a Thaumaturge. We're also going to switch Tyon to Zephyr just temporarily.
I'll provide the perfect defense.
He'll come back to Aonic Champion pretty quickly, and Lance will be our Aonic Champion. We do want him to finish this class right around the same time that we get the next hero recruited, because he'll finish Aonic Champion and then he'll transition back to War Medic to be another healer in the party along with Mio, but he'll have the benefit of Tri-Slash or extra breaking. Okay, I'm also going to change a couple things in our loadouts here. Noah doesn't need his Analyzer Scope anymore. We just needed that for chain attack purposes, so he'll switch to the Iron Temple Guard. I'm going to try to maximize his HP. I've experimented with a couple different things to help with the final boss fight in this chapter. One recommendation I've seen is try to stack block rate using things like Steel Protection and the either the Heavy Weak Guard or more likely the Smart Protector. On Guardian Commander, you can get upwards of 75% block rate, and on Heavy Guard, because it has a skill that's equivalent to the Smart Protector effect, you can actually get 100% block rate when you're at low HP, and that can be helpful as a way of disrupting the chapter boss. But we're going to be at such a level disadvantage in the final fight of this chapter that I don't think, my experience has been that that's not that successful anyway. You just don't have enough HP to work with if you're at those low HP thresholds. So what I'm going to try is just max HP and try to rely on just absorbing hits and then using my revival gems to maximize the HP that I come back with when I'm revived. Hey Hyper, welcome to the stream. Glad to see you here. Okay, so Noah's maximizing HP. For Mio, we can do a couple different things. For the time being, I'm going to try to play into the gimmick of the Thaumaturge class, which is it tries to be simultaneously a healer and an attacker, so that's why it has skills like Ultimate Qigong. So I'm going to build her right now for a pseudo offensive role, but we'll change that later as we get to more boss fights. So just right now, she's going with Violent Flurry, which is the strongest damaging art that she can choose. And Leaping Current, a useful buff art, and spreads the attack up buff, and then Divine Protection for the requisite field to get major role actions for healers. We'll include Myopic Screen, and we'll pair that with Leaping Current because they both have pretty short cooldowns, and that means that Mio can set up her own bursts. I don't think we got to see a burst. Maybe we did. I think Tish hit one burst in the boss fight against Mobius G. But we'll see a few more, hopefully. And when we execute a burst combo, we'll get enemies to drop items. And also, because of the Thaumaturge skill, Wheel of Rebirth, it'll give us a huge heal party-wide. And lastly, pairing with Violent Flurry, I'm going to go with Hidden Thorn. Again, it's the most damaging art I can use right now. And yeah, we'll pretend that Thaumaturge is an attacker just for the moment. So with skills, we're going with Fighting Prowess and Ethereal Ability, Gems. This early on, Steel Cleaver is the most efficient attack buff, and then combined with Empowered Combo anyway. And we'll go with a Steam Belt for an accessory. On Tyon, I don't think we need to make any... Okay, well, there is one change to him. We now want to equip Shield Bash. So he has both Topple and Daze in his loadout. And we also would like to have Protector's Pride. I've said before, this isn't actually that effective on defenders, but because when they draw aggro, they turn it off for themselves. But it's still a nice thing to carry on characters who are supposed to be supporting with combos. So in case we ever do draw aggro away from our defenders, that they can stun the enemies and then draw aggro back for themselves. A healer class pretending to be an attacker class, also known as Crossette. So true. I don't really find Crossette that fun, actually, in Xenoblade 2. There's something about the way she changes the early game and just kind of dominates it. It's kind of boring. Anyway, I'm going to put a Sapphire on Ion. We've got a couple fights coming up where we're going to face like 4 or 5 enemies at once, so this will be a pretty good damage boost for him. And lastly, with Lance, we've got Dual Flash, Myopic Screen, Tri-Slash, Crash Out, Dazzling Illusion. All the arts are fine. Skills, gems, accessories, all good to go. Okay. So, a couple of errands to do here at Colony Gamma. We've gotten the ability to run up, the scree walking ability, so we can now run up here and get to the container at the top of the colony, which gives us a couple more silver Nopon coins.
What are you hiding, little guy? This has got to be worth a bunch. Let's put it away for safekeeping.
We'd also like to talk to just about everyone in the colony. There are some reasonably important Collectopedia requests you can get here, because Colony Gamma has a couple people who let you...
I don't like the look of those
who will offer accessories that cut the enemy's physical or ether defense. So I'm going to try to track them down. Kyrie's one of them.
From this rain.
Oh, so that's how they're doing.
And those are pretty powerful accessories. They're still not better than a Steam Belt or a Silver Belt, but once we do get another accessory slot to work with, they're worth considering in some cases. So Kyrie offers the chipped white brooch, which is minus physical defense, and Zuno will give a let's see here. Zuno will give a chipped black brooch, which is minus ether defense. So that's the same effect as what we have from the chain orders that
Made some new friends.
Ion and Uni have. It's less powerful than those, but it is active all the time and not just in chain attacks. Also going to talk to the trader pawn. Nothing worth buying, but I get more affinity for talking. Let's see. Did I miss anyone? Who's back here? Oh, there's Zuno.
We've made some new friends.
Okay. So at the end of the quest, we got info from Teach. That's actually the start of a quest chain that lasts for basically the whole game. So first we'll clear out role models, and then request from teach will give us a quest that I believe is listed as recommended level 55 or 56 or something like that. But it consists of several different parts where we have to come back periodically and go to the message board over here and get some teaching requests. We've got 2 live combat training where Foots and Nagumo want to do some training with Uni and Senna, and then this is a request for Tyon for some classroom work.
I'm getting peckish.
Hi Toast, welcome to the stream.
Shall we put our heads together on this?
So we're going to do theoretical knowledge right away. We're going to save the
Let's have a little
live combat training quest for a little bit later. In fact, we're not going to do it this chapter because we already have...
Right, let's get going. Time's a wasting.
Nope, wrong. We already are about 60% of the way to level 26, and the very next hero quest is actually a level 26 quest. We're trying to time it so that we recruit that hero at level 26. We just don't have room to go doing other combat between now and when we do the hero quest. So I will run over here and catch up with Foots and Nagumo and Isora and talk to them about the quest so that they'll move to the combat yard, the training yard. But we're going to leave them alone after that.
Hey, Teach. Are these lessons of yours really that tough?
If you need some guidance, you are always welcome.
And instead we're going to go over to Zakir and Mina and Skoon? They want Tyon to hold the class, and Noah's going to compete against them in a quiz. I'm actually going to let this conversation play out, although I will be able to see what the question is anyway. So, quiz time. Whose role is it to attract the enemy's attention? Alright, chat, it's your time to shine. Is it soldiers targeted by the enemy? Or defenders? Or strong fighters? You're so right, Jonty. Yeah, Tyon doesn't know about Rex, though. Not yet. I think the first time I did this quest, like my first playthrough, I think I got confused and said soldiers targeted by the enemy. And yeah, strong fighters is the true answer, but what it's asking for is, of course, defenders. What name is given to class-specific techniques, special arts, unique arts, or talent arts? Talent arts, obviously. What should an attacker typically do if targeted by the enemy? My real answer is redouble your attack. This is the answer when that fails. And then, of course, yeah, the game is trying to coach you to, like, stop fighting and just stand around and do nothing, and I don't really understand. So, true answer is this one, but the correct answer is this one. Very sad. Which attacks weaken the enemy? Buffs, debuffs, passive. I don't think there is such a thing as a passive of any kind in this game, at least not in the game's terminology. Technically, aren't these both weakening the enemy? We're only measuring the enemy strength relative to us, right? So making the enemy weaker is the same thing as making us stronger. If you think about it. Which one of these is not a benefit of inflicting daze? Attacks always hit. All allies recover HP. Normal arts will not accumulate aggro. I wonder if this is like designed to confuse you because maybe you looked at the thaumaturge arts or skills and you're like, oh, daze into burst everyone heals. That's, or maybe you saw that with teaching the party and you got confused, but this is the thing that doesn't happen with daze. You are guaranteed to hit when enemies are toppled, launched, or dazed, and it does prevent aggro, but no HP recovery. Questions related to situational awareness. Okay, that's a lie, because there are questions in this set that can come up that are like, where do you farm this material? Now, I don't think that qualifies as situational awareness. Who led their colony to victory over 3 colonies simultaneously? In my heart, it's Lieutenant Boliaris. In gameplay, it's definitely Smoldering Kamaravi. In the story, it's Silvercoat Ethel. Okay, here's the real test of knowledge. I'm going to actually count on chat to get this right. Which statement about the flame clocks in the iris is correct? In Kevis, it's the left eye, Agnes the right. In Kevis, it's the right eye, Agnes the left. And in both Kevis and Agnes, it's in both eyes. Is it 1, 2, or 3? This is, I think, the hardest question, because you have no particular reason to memorize this. Open the wiki. The good news is there's actually no difference in the outcome of this quest, depending on your answers. You do get different dialogue, but your rewards are the same. We got consistent answers here. I think Clint and Hyper and Blue Jay and Patrick and Arhead are all saying Kevis right. Let's go with it. What's the highest rank in a colony? This, I think, could also trip you up. But it's console. What equipment is exclusive to Kevesi soldiers? For this, you had to pay attention to some of the discussions early on in the game. Everyone has blades. The Agnians have gems. The Kevesi have power frames. Because they're just like normal people. At least the humanoid ones are. The human-like ones are basically just humans. And it would be really unfair if they just had to fight people with blade powers. You'd only memorize this if you were making theories about the game based entirely on pre-release material and analyzing every little detail. I'm sure Luxon aced it. What does Black Fog cause? Annihilation event, extinction event, obliteration event. Annihilation. And that's the last question. But I think there's like 16 or 18 different questions that you can get in that, but you only end up taking 10. And we aced it. Hooray! Noah's really earning his second best TP rating in the party now. I think it'd be cool if you actually got like +1 TP permanently on Noah for getting this right, though. Would that be kind of cruel to the people who fail the quiz? Yes. But hey, that's role-playing, baby. All right.
Oh, so that's how they're doing.
So with that done, we're going to do a couple more housekeeping tasks. We'll go ahead and get the chip black brooch from Zuno. It looks like Kyrie wants a dance apple.
I hope it made them happy.
I am going to go ahead and hunt for those. They're just in the vicinity of Colony 9. We just got to run around for a bit till we find one. But those are the two somewhat important rewards. And we might also get a Splendor Shell for Zakir. The Detector Headgear gives you plus 11 additive crit rate, so that's kind of nice in some cases. But unfortunately, it's one of those things that just falls victim to the scarcity of accessory slots, and it doesn't become that useful as an equipment item until after the point where you've got better crit boosting gear anyway. Okay, so aside from that, we also want to fill out some soul trees. Gonna get Opportunity in Crisis on Noah, and also Critical Plus.
You found power.
We're trying to push toward this next attack up node, basically. We got the 20% one, and we'd like to get to 25. For Uni, we're gonna save for a little bit. For Lance, we want Incredible Guard. This is his team supporting art. And Hefty Protection. So now he gets a fairly good size aura around his Ouroboros that reduces damage taken by allies in fixed radius. So this is a constant minus 20% damage for everyone around, and Incredible Guard, when it's active, I believe does, I think it's 20% when unupgraded and 50% when upgraded, or maybe it's 30 and 50 or something. But if you can combine these two at the same time, then you get a pretty significant damage reduction bonus on the entire party, and that can be very helpful. So with that, we're going to swap out his arts. We want to keep Titan Fists and yeah, well, we'll stick with Sudden Impact. I could go either way on what we use as our secondary attacking art, because we're not really building interlink levels fast enough to reliably get the combo arts to do anything. So it's kind of whatever. Actually, let's go with Burning Rain. We'll have an AoE art just to help out in fights where that might be helpful. Hey Grant, good to have you here. Oh yeah, Seti. Yeah, there's a math question on that quest. Very fun. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to take a quick detour, go back to Colony 9, and just search for a dance apple somewhere. Hopefully it won't take too long. It's not even very necessary because we're not going to equip that anytime soon. The defense cutting accessories are still worse than a steam belt or a silver belt, because reducing enemy defense by like 17% is just equivalent to having 20% more attack. Did I get one? What did I just find? I wasn't looking. No.
Oh, that looks valuable.
Yeah. Legendary fruit is dance apple. Cool.
I hope it made them happy.
Hi, Pete Gladias. Welcome to the stream. Okay. So, all the side quests we're doing right now are done. And we have 2816 XP. We're going to go back and explore Melnath's Pass just a little bit more. There's some stuff down this way that we ignored when we ran straight to Colony Gamma, so let's grab that now. Hello, Scoon. Okay, down this way, there's another sandhill that we can now climb, thanks to our new technique from Teach where we,
We can go up this way.
I don't know, anchor
What
ourselves
are
in the
you
sand
hiding,
or
little
something.
guy?
And this has, weirdly, a common wind bracelet. Pretty much every accessory you get from containers is the rare yellow variant. I don't know why that one is common. I think it was just a mistake.
Looks like a pretty rare specimen.
We should at least give them repose.
Thank you for the luck, Chris. I won't need it just yet, but I don't know, in an hour, hour and a half or so.
We've been spotted.
Should be approaching the end of the chapter, I think. So one last thing to do over here. We're going to try to avoid all these Rogals who are flying around and only kill 2 of them who are right here guarding this ether sphere. It's kind of annoying because the other Rogals do patrol into this area and they can interfere, but we'll just hope they don't.
I'm the one you want.
Now give them what they deserve.
So, Demise Thrust charges in 4 roll actions. So if I can get Divine Protection off 4 times, I'll have it charged. Or it's also possible to get some points for your talent art from buffing the party if you're a healer. So Leaping Current can also contribute. Okay, Daze into Burst, and that should go through. Although, unfortunately, because we basically killed with that final attack, we don't actually get the extra item drops from the burst. It doesn't register. If the enemy dies during the burst animation, then they don't drop items a second time. We did draw another enemy. I focus attacks on the other Rogel that's at the Ether Sphere, and as soon as that's dead, I'm going to run away. We stopped playing after the chapter ending. Kind of depends how things go. I'm not anticipating having too much trouble with the boss, but because I'm going to be fighting it while severely underleveled, it is going to be a bit of an RNG fest.
Rare sight.
And well, I don't know.
The cylinder goes
But
here.
luckily, I don't think, even though it's going to be really hard to win that fight, I don't think it's that frustrating because you win quickly or you lose quickly, relatively speaking, compared to something like Mobius B, where it just takes like 25 minutes and you can die with like 1% of the enemy's HP left. This guy, this Agnes Dualblade Elite, is my favorite humanoid enemy in the whole game because he is so blind. Hello.
Let's harvest some ether.
Just standing right here. Oh, now he's here.
More of them?
Okay, but that's all from Malnath's shoulder. So we're going to head over to Kamo's Guidepost now, because we've got this whole area that's in a suspicious question mark here that we've been able to explore for a while now. We needed to get Valdi and unlock his ability to climb vines in order to climb the vines directly ahead of us to get to the next hero quest. But before we go there, I'm actually going to clear... I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, I guess. I'm going to change out classes. Tyon was just in Zephyr for that one little battle. Now he's going back to Aonic Champion.
I'll provide the perfect defense.
And that's all set up just fine. If we kill the creatures guarding this ether sphere, and then we do the 2 battles for this quest, we will be 2 experience points short of leveling up. So I'm going to go grab those extra 2 experience points now. And that will just require killing one of the low-level creatures around here. I'm going to go for
What's with that one?
one of the Flamini here at the watering hole.
Give them what they deserve.
All right, well done, everyone.
And I was the
Now over to Cummel's Guidepost.
MVP. You were all thinking it.
And over to the Ether Sphere, we've got a pair of level 25 Crabbles.
We got us an ether sphere.
Brute force is my jam.
Ditto. Let's make some jam then.
I'll
draw them. I'm the one you want.
This'll keep me going.
Dazzling illusion.
Break! Divine protection! You want support covered. Cheers, you're a gem.
What?
Sleeping current! Gauge it! Divine protection!
Break!
Your health is your wealth.
Appreciate it. Dazzling
I don't think I've ever noticed before that Teach says your health is your wealth. Huh.
cheeky. Divine protection.
Oh, I think there's... I think I described how the armor veil effect works. The HP shield that it gives you depends on your current HP. So, although we've built Mio for damage right now, one thing to consider when you're setting up a Thaumaturge is you may want to try to maximize their HP so that the armor veil field is stronger as well.
Hey, we should be able to climb up with that.
How about here?
Oh yeah.
I wonder
So,
what's around
sorry.
here.
If we just killed the Ether Sphere and the quest battle enemies, we would be 93 XP short. So there's one other enemy we want to kill here. We want to search for a level 24 Anlude. I'm just going to check if I see a lucky one around. Nope. Okay, so we're going to kill a level 24 Anlude, and that will get us to the experience threshold we want.
Listen for my orders.
Okay, Tyon, you know the plan.
I'll draw them.
This'll keep me going.
Divine protection. Dazzling illusion.
Flurry!
Falcon. Swoop.
How's that? Divine protection! Here! Sleeping current!
Oh, we can tussle.
How's that? Giant!
Lost the spike.
Hey,
I'm here. You're on fire, lad.
How's that?
I do not want to kill that other Anlude, so we will again run away.
Divine protection.
But yeah, that kill just now is guaranteed to take Uni to rank 10 in Sword Fighter, so we'll change her out of that here in just a second once we get out of combat. Okay, so preparing for our next fight, and this is part of why we're setting up Mio more offensively, is we're going to take out one of our Sword Fighters and have her become a War Medic instead. So we got Advanced Cooldown, Heal Bullet. We'll go with Vital Bullet for this next fight. So we're going to have 2 buff arts in the party, Vital Bullet and Leaping Current. We can stack 2 buffs and then use Uni's Ouroboros form with all the bonuses she gets from having buffs in the party. Ninja Healer, everything else looks all good right now. Okay.
This
Whoa,
was a
visitors.
nice
Oops.
find.
Should have gone up this way.
What are you hiding, little guy?
We're gonna run straight to the quest marker. Right over here.
They're on us. Orders?
Hey, what's this thing? No idea.
Some kind of junk.
Hey,
Who's there?
hand it over.
Noah, this guy.
Yeah. He means business.
Hurry it up.
And by it, you mean this? Why would we ever hand it over to some knuckle-headed chump like...
It's almost time for Uni's best class. Yeah.
Guys,
If nothing
weapons
else, the
ready.
drip is immaculate.
this should prove useful later.
Here's Mystery Man.
I'll draw them.
This'll keep
I wonder
it
if we'll
going.
find out who he is.
No escape.
He has two,
Just one.
I think, two different arts that give him evasion. So we want to look out for that. Like Vengeance is one of them, and then what's the other one? Not Executioner. What's it called?
You won't get away.
It's the talent art for the class, but I forget what it's called in Mystery Man's hands.
You won't get away.
Showdown. It's, yeah.
More with that thing.
He's not that much of a threat to us when we have 3 healers in the party. He can do a lot of damage in an AoE, which is usually what makes a boss tough. But as long as, like, I've been standing right in front of him just eating all the AoE attacks, but if I were to, like, make an effort to get out of the way of some of them, I would be just fine. Just hoping for a topple here so I can get a burst.
Where that came from? Fire on you.
Make it. No escape.
More where that came from.
Make it cut. We're good to go. Shall we?
Let us coordinate.
I can use a chain attack just to make this not necessarily faster, although it's probably faster with this party, but way safer. So we'll go with
Check out
Teach.
what I've got in mind. I use my thinking muscles for this one.
Best order is Tyon's. Teach's heroic chain ability is that when you use him, he grants 10 TP to all active characters except himself. So anyone who has been used in this round or who is not active in this round won't get the benefit, but everyone else will get their TP raised. Just like Valdi, you have to remember that hero healers don't get the point limit effect, so they can go over 99, which is sort of a blessing and sort of a curse. It's a blessing in that, especially if you get a healer order early, Teach can get pretty close to 50 TP after round 1. He's still kind of unlikely to hit 51 TP to get to Bravo in round 1, but you can use him in future rounds if you need him to finish orders and get at least decent ratings. But it would be really great if you could just consistently go like Teach first round and then finish with the defender and then go attacker, teach, attacker, attacker, teach, attacker, attacker, teach, attacker, just like mount up a huge amount of TP every round. So, still, Teach is one of the better heroes for executing good chain attacks, especially this early in the game. So, with this order, what I want to do is Teach first, and then Mio, which should be guaranteed to get us to 99. We'll get at least 45 from Teach, and then he'll raise Mio's by 10, and she'll get plus 15 from this order. So that's 95 points automatically. We'll also get plus 10 on Tyon, getting him to 45, and he matches his own order for 50 guaranteed. So this is basically on Tyon's order or Teach's order. With this party, if you go Teach, Mio, Tyon, you're guaranteed to get Bravo.
The first move goes to me.
I can follow that up.
I'm using my buff art with Mio first. Because it's fused, it's going to last longer than Teach's buff art, so that's the motivation there.
This'll end it. Again.
How about something like this?
Now, the downside to using that sequence is it makes our highest TP person a healer, which is not ideal, but it is a healer who we built for damage, so that's something.
Hit them where you least expect.
Now,
I use my thinking muscles for this one.
probably our best choice
Leave it to
is
Hit them where they least expect.
yeah, I think we go Mio
Everyone get ready.
and just do Mio into. I probably should have done Senna into Mio into Tyon. Think of it.
I'm with you.
Although Tyon did carry his weight. Good job, Tyon.
Oh, we're not done yet.
Hoping for Teach's order, please.
I've got an idea.
No such luck. Okay, we'll try to maximize damage. That means not using Uni's order. The one who actually is equipped for damage best is Lance, so we'll take Lance's order. I believe we can afford to do Noah into Senna, into the healers, into Tyon.
You're in for it now. Here's the finisher.
More where that came from.
Ah, so close.
Let me give you a taste.
Alright. Not exactly an ideal chain attack, but we weren't really building this party for chain attack damage, and that was more for safety in this fight than anything else.
Let me help.
Vengeance!
Come on now.
Demolition!
I'll end it here.
Let me give you a taste.
More where that came from.
No escape.
Ooh, Noah got awakened.
Give it up. Right on time.
Cool.
Let me give you a
Genius.
Give it up.
Fire on you.
So, this is another of those fights where we're not actually going to win in the sense of knocking the enemy down to 0 HP. Oh, I just missed the combo. All we have to do is drop him to 50%, just like with Teach earlier, and that will end the fight.
Eat this.
Withstand
I'll end it here.
The annoying thing about the burst combo as executed by Thaumaturges is the talent art itself takes so long to execute that you can often just fail to get it done in time. But it is your only source of burst for a long time. Well, outside of Ouroboros, anyway.
Guy's got skills.
I couldn't give an Arden's ass. He's gonna regret it. Guy needs a lesson.
Just to be sure, there's no chance we could talk this over.
Guess we can take that as a no then.
Yeah, having guns in this world does seem pretty unfair. Unfortunately, Uni doesn't use her gun as a gun nearly enough.
Hey, he's running away.
Magma took a dive.
Who in the world?
Would have been really impressed if they actually animated him hitting the water.
You lot! Identify yourselves!
Kavesi soldiers?
Tell me, have you seen a man in a mask? We've been looking for him.
Wait! They're with a bunch of Agnians. Must be those Ouroboros we've been hearing about.
Traitors to the crown.
Huh? Since when did we ever?
Oh, you think you can talk your way out of a righteous beating? Not today.
Today's really not our day, is it?
Alright, so this is the actual fight, at least in the sense of thing that gives us XP. So I'm buffing with Mio and then Uni, and I'm going to go immediately into Uni and Tyon's Ouroboros form. And the goal is basically to exploit their damage bonus from Shared Blessing, Uni's Ouroboros skill. Just do a lot of AoE damage right away, as much as we can. We're not quite powerful enough to kill any of the enemies with this stint in our Ouroboros form, but we can do a lot. Cool. An actually successful burst. Hooray! I'm not going to chain attack. I just want to get the regular experience from all these enemies. Oh, and Teach got a second burst. And we're just about done. There we go.
Retreat! Fall back!
What is with everyone?
Yeah, it's getting kind of ridiculous by this point.
We learned something pretty interesting, though.
Yeah. They said they'd been looking for the man we fought against earlier.
I wonder what happened.
If Kevez is after him, then maybe he wasn't our enemy after all.
I'll remind you, he did attack us, mate.
Yes, that does make it hard to classify him as an ally. Some kind of deserter, perhaps?
Hey, if he jumped in the river, he'll have been carried downstream. We could try and catch him at the bottom, figure out what's what.
He may yet prove hostile, though.
If he does, then we whack him. And if he doesn't, we listen to what he says.
Hey Circle,
Great
welcome to the
plan or
stream.
what?
Does that qualify as a plan to you? A plan takes forethought and planning. What you did is post hoc rationalize your own...
What do you think?
Let's go and see.
Yeah, there are a couple ways you could do this quest. The lame way is to warp back down to Kamos Guidepost, and that's probably fastest, but the cool way is to copy what Gray did. I mean, Mystery Man. Woo! And over at this waterfall, behind these terrifying
The enemy's strength.
Something so valuable
enemies.
here.
This is valuable.
Little secret, there is an origin shard on this little ledge, which you may have never discovered. You're welcome. And there's our friend, the elite Rogel, who we didn't fight. And yeah, I am running a cheat that lets me hold down Y to run at triple speed, just to help
Quite a rare sight.
remove some dead time when we're navigating the world. I do have things to say about the setting and the environment and everything, but I also don't have, you know, I'm a busy guy. I have other things to do. I don't want these streams to last my entire life.
Is this?
But fun trick, once you get the update to the quest here at Luca's Ayat, so like right when you get to this island, and you get a quest update sound, you don't have to follow the trail anymore. You can just warp down to Migratory Cersei's grave. And there's Gray right over there.
Finally.
You're not getting away this time.
I thought you might
I'm sorry,
let me
Mystery
down,
Man.
but I didn't think you'd be so kind as to bring me my prize as well.
What?
Bit heedless of you, don't you think, Ouroboros?
Huh?
Wait, how does he know about us?
Yeah, fishy. What are you all about then?
I don't think I need to answer now.
The story about
There
this
were
quest is that
troops
we've
looking
encountered
for
an origin shard,
Come
and
on,
this guy
tell
knows
us
what it
more,
is.
Leah.
But
We
we've
want
just
to
gotten a
talk.
second
You could
one,
just
and
open
no
up a
comment
bit.
about that.
Okay. Let's start with names. Ours are
Don't need them. Stick to the point.
the Kavesi are after you, right? If you tell us what that's about, we...
You'll do what?
Huh?
It's nothing that concerns you.
Right, so if it did concern us, you'd answer. That's something. Are you our enemy? Still keeping mum?
If you stop prying, we'll have no reason for hostilities.
Says the guy who lashed out at us before. Yeah, not buying it.
Oh, for spark's sakes, use your snuffing words!
Uni, chill.
I hate people who won't say what they mean! Oh, this guy's flipping all my switches! Did you or did you not attack us just because you felt like it? Answer!
It was just a warning. You neither need nor understand that thing that you have there. Don't you stick your necks where they don't belong.
What, so you're going to attack us again to get your hands on it?
I told you clearly. Stop prying, and we won't have to fight.
So you need this thing then?
Well,
So, does that mean you're...
wait. It seems you were followed.
Followed? By who?
Them again.
Ha! We found you! I knew you were in cahoots.
What? Stop being wrong!
Now look what you've got us into.
This blunder is entirely on you. But I'll lend you clean up. Wipe them out.
Hang on, Alevnis, this mother does nothing by halves.
What are you mumbling now, traitors? Not that I care, actually. Get them!
Well, welcome back, Colony 23 Patrol.
I'll draw them.
This'll keep me going.
Same drill. We're gonna go with immediate Ouroboros. just to get things started.
Now give them what they deserve. No ball. Divine protection. Might appreciate this.
You didn't disappoint. How's that? Flurry. The heat's building up.
Divine protection.
Leaping current. Advance.
Feel out. Oh yeah.
You want some more?
Divine protection.
Hey, you barely messed anything up today. Leaping current.
We can do better yet. Break splitter. Dazzling illusion. Dazzling illusion.
Heal bullet.
Would like to burst one of the leadness enemies if at all possible, because the items they drop are at least somewhat valuable. I'm gonna get so many Kavesi soldier pieces that it really doesn't matter, but alright. Ah, our days didn't come through. Dang.
Now's your chance.
You're a lifesaver.
Take the half of it. We're good to go. Shall we? Anytime you want.
Break.
Leaping current.
No break. Taunt.
No good. Flash.
Deflect the field. Divine protection.
I've got support covered.
Cheers for that.
Flash. Falcon. Swoop.
Leaping current. I'll keep you all powered up.
You're on fire, lad. Waves. No balls.
So you can see Lance just finished the Aonic Champion. That's going to be very good.
Don't let up on them.
I know you can do better yet.
Deflected.
Divine protection. Got you. No good. Leaping current.
Divine protection.
Oh, good. Straight
Hair
through.
I think Lance stole the kill before the burst. Unfortunate. But we did just hit level 26 exactly.
They sure are persistent.
It might be wise not to linger.
Agreed. It'd be nice not to get wrapped up in any more scuffles.
So why were those lot after you anyway?
Is it because of his sparkling personality?
Perhaps so.
Oh, so now you acknowledge it.
You can hold on to that.
You mean...
That shard from earlier. So you don't need it after all?
I never said that. But I can't be bothered trying to convince you.
Right. Because talking to people is just such a chore.
In time, you will discover its purpose. But if you were to abuse it, I may have to dispose of you. It seems you can use your heads, even if just a little. I will choose to trust in my late friend's words.
Gee, that makes us feel a lot better.
I meant what I said.
So now what? What will you do after this? Save your breath, Mio. It's not like he'll answer you anyway.
I have something to take care of.
Oh, so you'll answer her?
Even if it puts soldiers on your trail.
Naturally.
All right, well, that's the end of that then. Your life, your choices, man.
Copperhead Tri-Slash is far from the only thing the
What
Aonic
now?
Champion is valuable for.
Don't die, you lot.
But it is a very good reason to train through it early.
If you need me, you can call me. I'll assist.
That's rich coming from a guy that just tried to kill us.
It was a warning. And a small test.
What's this crap now? Honestly, I don't get this dude.
I simply followed my friend's request.
And your friend, that'd be who?
When you say you'll help us, we can just take you at your word.
Either way, I can't have the bearers of that thing running around unsupervised.
Doesn't exactly inspire confidence. But hey, he's strong, so that's something.
That's an awfully kind offer there, mister, but we don't even know what to call you. About time we got a name, don't you think? Whoa, hey, stop right there! Your name, Sparky, spill it!
Grey. Call me Grey.
What was that guy's deal?
Stuff if I know. Although he didn't look like a bad... I guess he kind of did look like a bad guy, huh?
There does seem to be more to this story than we've seen so far.
Just no fighting him again, please.
Yeah, seconded. Punching his kind's not even all that satisfying.
Grey, huh?
All right, so Uni's first class inheritance.
If you have to call me something, call me Grey.
Full Metal Jaguar. This is a very powerful attacker class for this point in the game. And we'll explore why in just a second, as we switch Uni over to start training in the class.
I'll hit him, and then I'm gonna hit him again.
So for the arts, as usual, FMJ has 5 options. Quick Draw is a very low cooldown attack that not only evades but also has a front positional effect. So you can. This is the first time we're able to have an attacker charge their talent art just by standing in front of the enemy and spam an art at them. Very nice. We're going to find later in the game that having front positionals is like by far the best kind, and Quick Draw is a really good tool in that arsenal, especially because when you have Quick Draw as a master art, which you acquire at rank 10, and you use it in fusion in the left-hand slots, for whatever reason, I mean, I actually know basically why this happens, but I'm not going to get into it. But this is when Quick Draw is fused, it hits twice. So it shoots out 2 bullets. You've probably seen, like with Myopic Screen and certain other arts, especially ether-based ones, when they're used in fusion, instead of hitting simultaneously with your class art attack, it shoots out this like glowing orb that then like zooms out and hits the enemy, and that's when the effect lands. When Quick Draw is used in fusion, it shoots 2 of those bullets, and both of them do full damage, and both of them count as separate front positional attacks. So Quick Draw is the most important tool for charging talent arts on Agni and attacker classes who can use it in the fusion slot and can use the double roll action effect. So Quick Draw looks like a fairly weak but low cooldown art. It is in fact, outside of like when it's on Agni classes, it is a very strong low cooldown art that can help support a whole bunch of builds that center around using talent arts. So very useful attack in general, especially useful once you master it. Dead Set is a self buff that gives you accuracy up and also completely removes your aggro. It's a reasonable thing to run right now, but later on in the game when we unlock more evasion arts, you're not going to really want to do this, because generally the goal for an FMJ late in the game is to just have constant fusion arts going, where you don't want to drop aggro, you just want to hold aggro and dodge everything and let your party benefit from the fact that you're an attacker who's effectively tanking, so everyone gets the benefit of the risky recharge effects from things like the Friendship Badge or Protector's Pride. So useful right now, not that great later. Fatal Barrage is a frontward AoE attack. Despite having the AoE effect, Fatal Barrage and Demolition actually both get damage fusion bonuses, so they're still very good as fusion arts. They get extra damage from that. So Fatal Barrage, it has a very long animation, which is usually kind of bad, but it can be helpful when it's fused with an evasion art. The positional effect is damage dealt increased from behind, which is kind of unfortunate. There's some anti-synergy there between Quick Draw and Fatal Barrage, but the thing is, if you're worried about charging your talent art, you're probably better off just staying in front and spamming Quick Draw as much as possible, and just use Fatal Barrage for the fact that it has a decent-ish cooldown and a large AoE and long animation to use with evasion arts. Superstorm is actually the same power as Fatal Barrage without the AoE, A little bit faster cooldown. It has it inflicts an evasion down debuff, which is a decent debuff to inflict, and has higher accuracy than normal. Generally, we prefer Fatal Barrage though because of the AoE effect and the long animation to use with fused evasion arts. Demolition is another AoE attack. The animation is not quite as long as Fatal Barrage and also doesn't hit as many times. I believe Fatal Barrage has an incredible number of hits. I think it's 8 times on female characters it hits the enemies and 11 times on males. So that'll be useful for stacking a skill that we'll talk about in a second. It also means that you're reasonably likely to get at least one crit. The crit rate on Full Metal Jaguar is pretty pathetic, but when you have really high hit count arts, you have decent odds of getting one, which is something that doesn't really matter this early in the game, but can matter later on. So my preference initially is to run Fatal Barrage in the top slot instead of Demolition, and then Quick Draw, and then Dead Set in the unfused slot. So this is like an emergency button. If I draw an aggro and I want to get rid of it, I just use Dead Set. And in my fusion slots, I can have evasion fusions. So I've got Fatal Barrage paired with Wide Slash, so when they're fused, I get total evasion. And then Quick Draw goes with Overfall, which has a low cooldown, so they recharge together fairly nicely, and we'll get evasion while Quick Draw is active as well. Are there ever any moves late game that are unavoidable? I think there are a couple. There's one at the end of this chapter also, but that's not late game. Meisterschwert, are you building the evade loop build? Not right now. We just don't have enough recharge sources to make that possible. Although we're going to attempt a version of it relatively early in the run, and then we'll improve on it as we go later. Full Metal Jaguar does make a pretty good evasion tank because it has its own fusion art, or it has its own evasion art, and you can get Wide Slash and Aerial Slash, which is another Agnian evasion art relatively early in the game. There's another Agnian evasion art that's even better that you can get in chapter... I guess you technically don't get the class till chapter 6. It's not actually the best class at spamming evasion, but it's the easiest one to set up in the course of the story. Okay, so for skills, right now Uni's best options are just Ethereal Ability and Fighting Prowess. We don't really care about the difference between 6 and 7% crit rate with Cypher Edge, and nothing else really helps her. So at least Fighting Prowess will improve Wide Slash. On gems, as far as the class skills go, actually, the first one, boost accuracy against enemies performing arts by 60%. This is kind of whatever. These conditional accuracy bonuses don't help you that much. Positioning Pro increases the number of positional arts that can be set to the arts palette by 1. Also not that great. There's a real dearth of Agnian arts that synergize with the positional effects on Full Metal Jaguar, which is either front or back. There are actually no Agnian arts that you can inherit that have a back positional effect. I'm pretty sure that's the case. And there's only one front effect one, which is a nice thing to pair with Quick Draw, but you can't do that till much later in the game. So if you want to take advantage of Positioning Pro, you're using it with... and actually we don't have any of these unlocked either, but the positional arts you can get earlier in the game are all side positionals. So then you're trying to juggle, if you're taking full advantage of this, I guess you're trying to juggle a front and a rear and a side positional art all at once. Or theoretically you could just not run Fatal Barrage and do front, side, side. But it's really awkward. Not really an important part of the Full Metal Jaguar kit. It's more useful on other classes that might need it to enable certain builds, but even generally, this is by the way, that is the skill that you get at rank 5. But generally, you're hoping not to have to use Positioning Pro because it's kind of tough giving up a master skill slot just to be able to run an extra art with a positional effect. What is the best evasion spam class? Flash Fencer. If you have all the DLC tools anyway. Would this class be better if it had Primer and Ghostwalker to buff ether damage and activate Decoy 5? I'm sure if it could give itself ether damage bonuses and Decoy, it would love that. Shock Shot boosts damage against enemies performing arts by 60%. It's like the same kind of thing as Sixth Sense, but just damage instead of accuracy. It's fine. Enemies aren't usually spamming arts, so this doesn't have a lot of uptime. But the last skill is pretty incredible. Bullet Symphony. Each attack that hits boosts damage dealt by 10%, max 255%. Missing cancels the boost. So that's really the point of these accuracy bonuses between Sixth Sense and Dead Set, is to maximize your chances of hitting so that you can stack Bullet Symphony and get a huge damage bonus. And that's also one of the reasons why we're choosing Fatal Barrage. It has a lot of hits, so we can, with 8 hits on Uni, we can stack up Bullet Symphony to full power in just 3 rounds of using Fatal Barrage and Wide Slash fused together. Or if we're using other arts together outside of a chain attack, we can do that even faster. And in a chain attack, you're guaranteed to hit, so these accuracy bonuses don't matter. Outside of a chain attack, even if you do have high accuracy, there is a bit of risk here because the accuracy cap on any given attack is 97%. There's always a 3% chance that you miss, and if you miss, you will lose this boost. But because FMJ has a fast class art and a couple class arts with high hit counts, it's usually pretty easy to get this stacked back up again. So in order to help ensure that we do maintain our Bullet Symphony stacks, we're going to run Accurate Grace as one of our gems, and then also Empowered Combo as usual. And for accessories, we're going to take the Silver Belt on Uni. Couple other adjustments we need to make. We're going to make Mio more healing oriented now. So we got a brief stint of her running high damage fusion. Not much to write home about, really. It's offensive Thaumaturge is not that impressive. You can make it work, but it really relies on having more tools than we have right now. So we're going to switch to Rank Splitter for the healing effect art and Multi-Blast to fuse with it. Soothing Breath to maximize revive HP, and Ironclad to increase the power of our armor veil. And Wing Necklace, as usual, for a healer. Did they ever change the skill that decreases enemy defense on this class? No. Ultimate Qigong is as powerful as it's ever been. On Senna, we actually just stole her Silver Belt. She's going to run a Cracked Crystal right now. That'll be useful in the next couple of battles. And lastly, Lance, who just finished Aonic Champion, will take over in War Medic. So we'll make sure to get Pure Bullet in one of his fusion slots now. That's going to be important for the boss battle. You'll see why. Heal Bullet and Wise Flash. It's good for safety. And then Advanced Cooldown is good here. Still want Ninja Healer and Fighting Prowess. Those are his best skills. Soothing Breath, Life-Saving Expertise, and Wing Necklace. So we're all set up as far as the party goes, but we also want to put our new hero in. Annoyingly, Gray does not join the party automatically. So here's him. He is identical to any other FMJ, except Positioning Pro would be extra useless on him because he can only ever have 2 positional arts. So he gets Precision Shot, boosts accuracy with auto attacks by 100% instead. He does get a nice set of gems to work with, Empowered Combo and Accurate Grace, just like we are using. Bonnet Choker is a bit of a waste, but what can you do? For his arts, we want Vengeance in the last slot is fine. That's his equivalent to Quick Draw. We're going to put Demolition in the top slot because that is his most damaging art. And Executioner, which is his version of Fatal Barrage, in the second slot. On Gray, Fatal Barrage, I think it does like, or Executioner. I think it's 11 hits, just like the male characters, or something around there. But anyway, if he uses this basically once and then Demolition, he's guaranteed to stack and max out his stacks on Bullet Symphony. So, and the other useful thing about Executioner is because it has a huge hit count, it's likely to generate extra TP in chain attacks. And it turns out Gray is a very good chain attack hero. He's basically unmatched in terms of what he can do for your chain attack damage until late in chapter 4, maybe. But even then, if his chains go optimally, he's probably the single best chain attack hero until middle of chapter 5. Execute. Oh, Qigong did get its description fixed, if that's what the question was. Or maybe it didn't. I thought it said something even more confusing on the initial release. I don't know. Critic, you're not the only person who thinks Gray looks like an old Niles. He looks exactly like an old Niles. Okay, so this is a very good party now. We've got our Topple guy with our Guardian Commander Noah, but we've got a spare Toppler with Tyon, who's actually running 3 combo arts. We've got Mio for Daze, Burst, debuff clearing, Armor Veil, some healing. Uni for damage. Lance, backup healing, extra break source, more debuff clearing with Cure Bullet. Defense upfield. And then Senna is sort of our backup attacker. We could go ahead and switch her to a combo support role and have her run flashback instead of extended slash, but I'm comfortable with this setup right now. Alright. So there are 2 fights left in the chapter that will give us any experience. The next hero that we get in chapter 4 has a recommended level of 27. So we're trying to do both of those fights and end up exactly at level 27. The way we're going to do that is by hunting one other creature for 8 experience points. Before we do that, we're going to run around and pick up a couple new things that have appeared here in Millet Meadows. There's this extra husk near this cave. And then if we warp over to the south, the exit of the region, there's another set of corpses to send off over here. We saw this earlier, actually. At least this one husk, anyway. But we ignored it when we saw it before. And over here at the end of the river, now we're not going to die instantly to these level 20 something enemies. We can feel a little bit safer about running up, climbing up on these rocks, and getting to the ether channel on this ledge. Followed by that glowing object in the distance. Wonder what that might be.
You think you're all that, do ya? Let's put it away for safekeeping.
And it's another Origin Shard. Hooray! Okay, so last errand before we move on to something else. We're going to get our 8 experience by killing a level 9 Ruga Quadwing, who is conveniently right here. Good job.
Don't just assume they're pushovers. Well, this won't be any trouble. I'll keep you all powered up.
I'll draw them.
Thanks.
We're unstoppable with you around, Senna.
Say hi to Sensitive Catalyst.
Go.
We'll come back for you later. Much later. Okay. Just to check, I think we can fill one more Collectopedia request. So we'll do that now. And then we're going to head off to do a side quest.
I'm starving. Got anything I can eat?
Just checking if we can improve any of our gems, and it looks like no.
I'm all refreshed and
Okay.
ready to take on the world.
I'm going to head into the Land of Challenge and do a couple of the early challenge battles. We're going to check back in here a couple times throughout the main story, because there are groups of challenges that open up in each chapter, and they are basically tuned for you to be able to beat them in those chapters. If you wait till the end of the game, that's totally fine.
Just part of the protocol, innit?
But a lot of them will become really, really easy if you wait that long. And if we do some of these challenges along the way, we can break this up and make it so we're not just like grinding these. And then we can take advantage of some of the rewards to speed up some stuff later in the game. So yeah, we're going to do these 3 challenges. I'm going to try to get the S ranks. Shouldn't have too much trouble. First one, we have to fight a couple of waves of leadnesses.
Not to take it too easy,
Alchemy Knight, you're too busy grinding in Final Fantasy XIV to watch. That's okay. You can just leave the stream on and not watch. That's fine.
Challenge! Begin!
Cheers, you're the gem.
Got you. Recharge.
I'm the one you want.
Cheers, you're the gem.
You're in for it now. Got you.
I think honestly the best way to open with F and J may actually be to just wait for Overfall to charge so you can use the Withdraw Overfall fusion, and then wait for Wide Slash to charge so you can use the Fatal Barrage Wide Slash fusion. I haven't really like bothered to empirically test this or like work out some kind of simulation or anything, but it's just, it feels like that may be the actual best way to do it for DPS purposes. Right now, anyway.
I know. Feeling good. Deflect the field. We have superiority. Push through.
Divine protection.
No ball. Force.
Demolition!
Everyone healed up. No complaints. Thanks for the support.
Why? Let's show them.
I can feel it in my bones.
I'm the one you want.
Thanks for the support.
With these challenge battles, we get some bonuses for doing certain actions. One of them is managing to topple an enemy. Or, sorry, well, toppling I think actually does count, but to burst or smash them. So I'm going to try to get a burst in. I would also like to kill something while I'm in Ouroboros mode, because that's another bonus you can acquire. And then there's one for killing things with the chain attack as well. The thing with chain attacks is they take a long time, and the time you spend in the chain attack does count against the timer. So usually the best thing to do to make sure that you get the S rank rewards, unless you need your chain attack to like save yourself, you just want to get an enemy really low on HP and then use the chain to kill them. So you get the credit, but you don't waste all that time. Chain attacks are safe, but they're never really fast compared to your other alternatives. Really at any point in the game. But I can talk about Chain's or Gray's effects real quick. He has one of the strongest heroic chain effects, where like you've seen how the damage ratio increases as you finish a round in chain attack. Like our chain attacks start at 125 and then go up according to whether you got a bravo or amazing, and whether you got a key pair in the rounds, things like that. Gray makes that increase 50% larger, and if you manage to get Gray on every single round of your chain attack, then if you manage to get Gray on every single round of your chain attack, then you can get really high damage ratios in the chain. Like it's pretty impressive, even despite the hard mode penalties to chain attack damage ratio. It's pretty awesome, and that's what makes him one of the best chain attack heroes. The other thing that makes him great is that he can be fairly consistent due to the fact that he starts with 35 TP and is an attacker and has arts with really high hit counts. So on an attacker order in the first round, it's relatively easy to get to Bravo with any lead-off attacker other than Lance or Senna, and then someone else who can get the party, or can get the TP count close to 99, but not over, and then finally Gray to finish the round. So that makes it, you get a 2/3 chance that he'll come back after the first round if you get an attacker order, and it goes well, basically. Just about the best you can hope for.
I've got support covered. Wow, thanks.
Demolition.
Deflect the field!
Great. It's amazing. All right. All together now.
Oh yeah, let me at him!
If I wanted to finish this faster, I'd be controlling Yumi. I am kind of hoping I get another topple and break and burst in. So, come on, Noah, please. Thank you. Cool. And I could chain attack for this kill, but it's not even worth doing.
Here is Archsage treasure. Please to receive.
So that wasn't perfect. We didn't avoid being KO'd, but pretty good attempt. And yes, it is totally possible to get the S rank results even when you're basically at parity with when they expect you to be doing these challenges and you're on hard mode. You don't have to have endgame stuff to make it work. Although if you did have endgame stuff, you could beat that in about, I don't know, 30 seconds. Maybe faster, without even really trying.
Night already.
Just part of the protocol, innit?
Gray, how can you tell it's night? What clues are you using? Just the internal clock is infallible, I guess.
Ugh, my plumage is everywhere.
Just checking that there's not a clock around here. Looks like no.
Congratulations to friends on job well done. It seemed like trials proceeding apace. Thanks to friends' fiery combat performance, Archsage cannot help grinning. Please behold what friends have wrought. Grin!
Yes, as far as grins go. Yours is exemplary.
Dunno about the beholding part, frankly.
People make fun of Senna saying "gasp" later, but
So, talking of these challenges,
genuinely, I think
that wasn't all you had, was it? Oh,
is so much
No
funnier.
one Archsage have been busy thinking up this and that. Which is to say, still got thing or two hidden up sleeve of Archsage. If friends keen to try.
Well, I reckon we gotta.
Ah, yeah, that's the spirit. Gotta keep the Archsage smiling.
If friends keep completing trials of Archsage, we'll give out bigger and better prizes. Fun of challenge battle only just begin. Please to bravely keep at it.
Ah, the Archsage's Gauntlet. We will not be doing that yet. Mostly because it intends for you to be level 30, and I am not level 30. Okay, so next time attack challenge is Insecticide. We have to kill, go figure, some insects. Or insect-like things. Although all the enemies here might actually be legitimate insects. I don't remember. Okay, no, I take it back. Well, a caterpillar is like a larval insect, I suppose.
Sometimes brute force is the answer. Dazzling illusion. I'll draw them. Good timing. Break. Looks like someone's hungry. Lustrous spike. I can't hold them off.
Should be able to build up some interlink level pretty quickly, and so I might be able to go get my interlink kills with Uni and Tyon in this wave, which is probably best.
We can do this.
Well, maybe it's worth holding it from rank 3. I don't know. I don't think you get credit for allies going to interlink form and getting kills that way. In fact, my suspicion is you only get the bonus if you are controlling interlink characters and you deal the killing blow. But I should not have any problems getting that done against this group of enemies. Yeah. For this challenge, I am going to save my chain attack just to make it easier to deal with the last wave, which has a couple of fairly strong enemies.
I'm the one you want. We can do better yet.
Gonna smash you in.
I have a strategy.
Check out what I've got.
All right. So now we get to see Gray's chain a little bit more. I'll start with Uni. And by the way, you can see his chain order. Boost damage dealt to low HP enemies by 60%. Now the question here is, do we go for Noah or Tyon? I think we can get away with Tyon. Well, we don't want Tyon to get more than 41 points, ideally. And Gray should get to like 58. So let's go with Noah, actually. But yeah, the chain attack deals boost damage dealt to low HP enemies. That's a decent effect. It's not a ton to write home about because obviously it's only applicable when you get to the point where the enemy's almost dead, and it's only an additive damage boost, but it's something, and that's more than you can say about some chain orders.
Nice try.
The most important thing, though, is it just makes it really easy for Gray to get his Bravo in round 1.
I just thought of a great idea.
Okay.
How about
Definitely want Uni's order, maximize ether damage, and we probably won't get 51. I guess we would have gotten 51 out of Noah. I didn't believe in him, so I didn't go for the Bravo there, but this is fine. I don't mind losing out on potential Bravo here. It's actually better for me to just go faster and finish orders faster in this context in a challenge battle.
I might have
Okay.
I get first dibs.
And that does it. Cool.
Yeah, we beat 'em.
Now that's
The cracked crystal on Senna is doing incredible work because she's getting credit for all the enemies we've killed previously in the fight. So all those caterpiles in wave 1, all those skeeters in wave 2, she's like hitting the cap, like 255% damage bonus, which is something that you rarely enjoy as a young smith of all things. Also, the AI is dumb, and that's why Mio missed her chance to burst there, unfortunately.
good going, Uni. The heat is on.
Now we're in the swing of things.
But we got it. Or not? No. I hate that the demise thrust animation is so long. And yeah, Critic, you're very right. Like, Full Metal Jaguar is far from the best attacker class in the game, but it is such a huge upgrade over everything we've had before.
Leave the enemies to me.
Like, there are other great classes. Even Sword Fighter is amazing later on. It's sort of...
Leave the enemies to me.
It becomes substantially better than Full Metal Jaguar at damage. But it's... Those other attacker classes we've had so far rely on so many other things to... like, to get to respectable damage levels, and they just don't have those tools yet, but... FMJ has basically complete package just because of Bullet Symphony and its high hit count and its relatively good arts.
Heal, bullet. Got all the healing you need right here.
Thanks for the support.
What? That's
I'm trying to maximize the blaze damage on Youngsmith, Alchemy Knight. Oof. So I'm definitely wasting time at this point just because I'm trying to get that burst bonus. I could easily be interlinking and finishing this fight, but
See it.
we'll pray for a burst. I don't think it's going to happen at this point,
heal, bullet. Got all the healing you need right here.
You're a life
but we're not really under time pressure. We have 7 minutes to get to S rank.
Sword of Recharge. We're good to go. Shall we?
Time to send them packing.
Okay.
Job, friends. Friends are the best. Here is
I don't think we died, though.
treasure.
Yep,
Please to
nice.
receive.
It all went as projected.
The extra cool thing about the cracked crystal is its bonus does not reset when you die. There are some other skills and accessories that have a stacking damage bonus that does reset when you go down, but cracked crystal does not, so it's just like
Whichever challenge
permanently
your
great in
friends
these
fancy.
multi-wave fights. Outside of the first wave, anyway. This last challenge is really annoying because it features a whole bunch of Bard enemies, Bard Turkins and Bard Ignas, who can blow you around with their horns.
Challenge!
But hopefully we can avoid some of that with our evasion arts.
Thanks for the support. Goodbye.
I'm the one you want.
Cheers, you're a gem. Here.
That's what. Wait!
Red set. Really felt it.
I'm the one you want.
This'll keep you going.
Thanks for the support.
I'm actually going to try for the Fatal Barrage positional effect here.
Dazzling illusion.
Recharge.
Heal,
Divine protection. Got you. This ain't the half of it.
Time to end this.
Everyone healed up? No complaints?
Cheers for that.
I'll draw them.
Thanks for the support. Leaping
Walk right into that one.
Cool down.
I'm the one you want.
Thanks for the support.
Decent defensive.
That was fucking cool, Gray.
Well within common.
Are you okay?
I'm the one you want.
Cheers, things are building up.
Sometimes brute force is the answer.
I'm getting momentum.
I know. Feeling good.
Check out the giant Bard Turkins. Imagine if you had to fight these at the perimeter of this ring.
Cheers, you're a gem.
Now that would be frightening.
Thanks, had a whooping.
This is a real area on the map, by the way. This is the giant crater in Dana Desert that we had to avoid because there's like a level 87 unique monster in it.
Deflect the field.
No way we can lose.
Let's flatten
The heat is on!
Now we're in the swing of things.
Okay, we got rank 3 Ouroboros, so I'm going to go for that now. And hold our chain attack for the next wave of enemies.
Everyone healed up? No complaints?
Cheers for that! I gotta push through this!
Hang in there, I'll heal you.
Violent streak! It's working! You might want to surrender before we grind you into dust!
You want some more? It'll be down to
Executioner!
Low range, cool down! I'll draw them!
Let's see if we can get a burst.
They're sparking me yet! You're up and up in no time! No chance!
Smooth as always, Noah.
Not with these.
I'll draw them!
Thanks for the support.
Can't pull them off! I'm the one you want! Cheers for
Ah, I tried to have everyone hold fire, but I failed.
advance, cool down!
Executioner!
Wide slap! Break! Dazzling illusion! Heal bullet! Got all the healing you need right here!
Thanks.
Break! I'm the one you want!
This'll keep me going.
Stay! Wait! I have him! I'm the one you want!
Okay, I'm gonna chain attack the Pellurid Igna. That's the Igna riding a Rhinon.
Alright!
Because even though the bards are collectively very threatening, that guy is incredibly annoying.
I can follow that up.
I'm going with Mio's Mio here because she's the key pair with Noah, and then I believe Gray should get us to 54 points. Yeah, nice.
Let's bring it home!
So you see how our damage ratio almost doubled there? That's Gray is a big part in making that climb, and if we got him back, we'd be able to do it again, possibly, or get close to it. All right, so we're stuck with
I might have the answer.
no Gray, but we do have Uni. Believe. Can I do Cinna? I don't think so. So we'll go
Ollie!
Noah first into Tyon
I'm with you!
into Uni.
You're done.
Uni can get an incredible amount of TP in these situations where she can hit 5 different people with Fatal Barrage. But she gets TP for like all of those hits. It's like every... it's not all of those hits technically, but she's getting like 25 hits in, and you get bonus TP on like every third after number 5 or something like that.
This should be our plan of attack. Observe my
Okay.
It's what I least expect.
Let's go Tyon next. Shame we didn't get Ray,
I'll go first.
but we should be able to kill this.
You're in for it now. Here's the finisher.
lustrous spike.
I think. Or maybe I should have used Lance as well.
Again.
Tyon's not built for damage, so this is going to be kind of close, but we got it. We do get our chain attack bonus.
Get wrecked.
Advance, wait, cool down! I'm the one you want!
Thanks for the support. Here.
I'll draw them! Wait! No ball! Heal bullet! I'll draw them!
Good timing. Executioner!
I'm the one you want! Cheers for that!
Overfall. How's that?
Break!
Topple, please. Topple, please.
Advance, cool down! Topple!
Alright.
Heal bullet! Got all the healing you need right here!
Got our burst, so let's go with our level 3 Ouroboros now.
Why?
Vengeance!
Break! Come on, Uni! Drop us another!
Violent streak!
Bring
Executioner!
out the big gun!
Alright, that's the end of our third and final challenge battle. S rank again. Very nice. We can go take a look at the outfits we've unlocked, but I'm not actually going to wear them because they do look very silly in cutscenes, and as I described before, I want to keep the class outfits so that it's clear for people watching what classes people are in.
Great.
So what we unlocked is swimwear A on Noah. Very sleek. Swimwear A on Mio. Nice. Swimwear A on Uni. Also, a pretty good look on her. And that's all right now. We get the other half of the party. I believe they all get their first swimwear in the next chapter's time attacks. So we'll see that later. Okay. Oh, other things we can do here. There are some shops. Now that we've got some red Nopon stone, we can turn in 2,000 points of it to get 1/5 progress towards unlocking new classes. That is not something we want to do right now, but we actually will use that feature much later on.
What you got?
The prize exchange lets us buy legendary versions of accessories, and the accessories available improve as you go through the game. None of these are really worth buying, even though these would be slightly better than some of the things we have right now. Like we could get another legendary steam belt. That's better than a rare steam belt by 1 percentage point. So like we don't want to spend our hard-earned challenge battle money on that kind of stuff. We can also buy Nopon or silver Nopon coins. We're not going to try to do that. I don't think there's ever really a point where it's worth buying these in this shop. Once you get to post game, you can farm Nopon stone fairly efficiently and then buy these, but you're still better off for class unlocking or class training purposes, just actually fighting enemies who give you CP. On the other side, we've got the aides who work with the blue Nopon stone, and that's what you get from the gauntlet. We haven't done that, so we can't use these yet. Uni packing heat in a bikini does go kind of hard. It'd be so inconvenient, though. Like, where would she be carrying her guns? Although I guess they can dematerialize their blades at any time, so it doesn't really matter. Never mind. Very practical choice. So, off to progress the story, but we do want to change Senna's accessory. So we're going straight to the next boss fight, and that boss fight is against a machine. We'll be using a work belt. That is the best damage boosting option because Yumsmith really suffers for having no regular plus damage effects. And that makes her as strong as possible. Of all the weapons in this game, guns would probably be the most convenient to store. Yeah, pretty much all the weapons in this game are comically oversized, which is why I think it's especially funny that the real legendary weapon in Xenoblade Chronicles 3, like the only weapon that is like a reasonably sized sword. It looks normal compared to everything else. Off to the ruins of Cebu Camp once again. And I'm going to try running across this bridge the brave and foolish way first, and then inevitably fail. Oh, or not. Hooray. That's really hard to do at triple speed. So we came down here before for the Riku Manana hero quest, and we turned right around and left.
A rare thing?
But now we're going deeper into the mines. There's a unique monster over here, and we're going to want to kill that relatively soon, because otherwise it's really annoying to get back to this area. Like, the run back is just really long. So that's like one of the most useful unique monster graves to have. But not yet. We're going to finish the chapter first. We're also going to avoid all of the combat, so we're going to avoid that skirmish. We're not going to fight any of the arachnos in here.
Shall we deal with this?
Critic, you don't have to look away. Just straight through. There's an arachno who comes down on the left side there, but we've avoided him, and we can talk to these two Napon. We get a yellow Napon pebble from Zoka.
Always nice to see a new face.
And then we've got this caravan. It sells the same things as the caravan at the Tableland Hulk, though, so there's nothing new to check out there.
You itching to get wrecked?
This is basically a point of no return. Not really, but that's what it's designed to be.
What the? Smoke screen? It smells weird. This, not just normal smoke.
They're hiding in the smoke!
More incoming! My legs. Mimi!
They did just reuse one of Mio's regular combat callouts there, didn't they? Like,
It's smoke. Don't breathe it in.
that more incoming is something she says in regular battles, right?
Who the spark are they?
Soldiers from Agnes, duh!
I know this maneuver.
What is it?
One of Colony 13's little specialties.
Also, question. I was under the impression that in British English you said
So,
speciality
you've seen this before?
or specialities.
But wait a moment.
Is that a regional
What is
thing?
Arachne?
Like,
I don't get it. Why
even
this
within the
specific
UK?
tactic? Could it be?
or like a
the
class
commander?
thing, or what?
This is looking grim. There's no way to tell where they're gonna come from next.
Water.
Water?
Yeah.
Now, I've definitely heard speciality in
There are
other
water veins in
contexts
these
besides
caves.
Revenge of the Sith.
We can use them to make an escape.
You say make a dash for it?
Tyon, decide. Look, I trust your judgment.
You do? All right. We'll have to run. I judge it to be the best option right now.
All I needed to hear. Let's move. Lead the way.
I'm on it.
Okay, well,
Oops, they found us.
these puzzling special units sure are frightening. It'd be a shame if we just ran past them. But of course we gotta take a detour to go send out these husks.
I know it's grim, but it needs doing.
I like the Thaumaturge outfit. I think it looks really great on Mia.
Hey, this one means business.
Enemy reinforcements!
This one's up to you.
So much to see, huh?
They've spotted
So
us.
you can even avoid this last group because you instantly drop aggro as soon as you get on an elevator, so no problem.
Off we go.
They read us like an open book. How?
No time to worry about that now. We need to make the water veins.
TLNT, it's a commentary on how important it is to do the right thing in all circumstances.
More enemies!
I'm gonna run over this way and get the cavern waterfall location, so I don't forget that later.
We're almost at the water veins.
Better get ready to take the plunge.
And then cutscene time.
This is it.
They're here. Can't see them, but it's a real welcome party.
Time to go! Big breath, then jump!
So much to see, huh?
I like how it doesn't actually make you jump in the cutscene, so you just end up standing here. And all those Agnians are just chilling back on that ramp. Well, see ya.
This was a
Looks like a
nice
new
find.
location.
This is one point where it's so convenient to have the extended pickup radius, because otherwise you have to actually try to go hit all those item pickups on the way through that stream, but I just get them automatically.
Come to uni.
Whoa, check this place out.
Doesn't look like they can follow us this far with their gear.
That gives us a little breathing time.
Just part of the protocol, innit?
Did get the work off. Okay.
I knew it. Commander Isard.
Long time no see, Tyon.
That guy.
So they got to you too? Commander! Did they order you to destroy Ouroboros too?
Not exactly.
Huh?
You must have worked it out. This strategy mirrors that day when Nimwe's life was cut short. I figured you would try to use that route to flee. That's how I knew to wait right here. And so I replicated the conditions of that day to a T.
But why do such a thing?
Why? Well, let's see. In a nutshell, to remind you of your past, to make you relive it and drive you to despair, to break your heart, to steal all that you hold dear, to ruin you to your very core. is my revenge. It's payback for Nimue dying with her wish unfulfilled. It's your own past. It's finally caught up with you! Nimue gave it to you, right? You should hold on to it.
It was my fault. My pride led to her death. If only I'd presented a less reckless plan, the strategist would never have... Nimue would... It's too much for me. I don't deserve this. It's true. It is my fault. You were the kindest man I knew, Commander. But I made you use the same enemy tactic that cost Nimue her life! I drove you to such desperation, and now you're determined to kill me!
Precisely right, Tyon. The past has come back to haunt you.
That's right, we get to fight a whole ass Fornis. Although, this fight kind of ends up being less spectacular than it could have been. We just got a tutorial about enemies placing their damaging areas of effect. I believe that happens 3 times in the whole game. You might not even notice the other 2 times. But basically it denies the area right underneath the Fornis, so you can't really go under it to do anything there. Doesn't really matter much. It does mean you can't get side positional attacks in this fight. Also, so in fact, if you only had, if you didn't have DLC, the only way you can break Lambda Fornis because it's because you can only attack from the front, and the only break arts without DLC are side positional. The only way you could break him break the Fornis is if you use Noah's Ouroboros at rank 3 with the break art. But luckily we have Tri-Slash, so that's not a problem. But even with easy access to break, combos are not that powerful in this fight. Lambda Fornis is one of the only enemies in the game, it might be the only one, that's immune to daze and launch. So you can only topple, and only for a handful of seconds on hard mode. Still good for a disruption, but it's not like that powerful. It also means we can't benefit from the Thaumaturge burst skill. I am not going to go for a chain attack kill in this fight. I'm going to use a chain attack, but we do not actually want to kill with it. What we're going to try to do is kill 2 Levnesses that the Fornis summons, and the Fornis itself, but nothing else. So if there are further summons, we're going to avoid killing those. And yeah, that'll put us at, together with that 8 experience we got from the Ruga Quadwing earlier, that'll put us at basically exactly the right amount of experience to level up to 27 after the following boss fight. I would love to see this launched, yes. That would be so fun. Levness Command is the art that summons Levnesses. They can be either Avises or Testudos. In this fight, the Avises and Testudos are worth the same amount of experience. It doesn't really matter what you get. I'm going to use my chain attack now while the summons are still here and healthy, And then we'll take them out, and then we'll worry about finishing the fight.
How about something like this?
I want to go with the attacker order, which is something we won't be saying very much in the first round going forward, for reasons we'll get into in just a little bit.
I can follow that up.
Okay, yeah, so I think, oh, excellent. So Gray just needs 54, should get there.
Never let up.
Probably. Yeah, nice.
This isn't the end! Eat this!
I just thought of a great idea.
Excellent. We got Gray's order. That means we should be able to do Senna into Tyon, I suppose.
I'm with you.
Into Uni.
You're done.
You can't get away.
Indeed, now!
Check out what I've got in mind.
Okay. In this case, I think the best option is going with Senna's order. Senna, Mio, Tyon, that should get us to Bravo, and it should return Uni.
I can follow that up.
This'll end it.
And one for good measure.
And then we're going to hope for Uni's order in the final round.
I might have the answer.
Nice.
Too right you picked mine.
Unfortunately, we can't lead with Senna because she'll end the order right away. So
I'll lead!
we'll go Noah, Lance, Uni. That'll be another Bravo.
I'll follow your lead.
You're done. It ain't over yet. Come on now.
So not the best chain attack we could have gotten. We would have loved to see Gray and Uni back a little bit more, but still pretty good. 181,000 damage. I'm going to keep attacking the Lambda Fornis for right now. Although, okay, with Noah and Mio at rank 3, I'll go ahead and control them.
Let me give you a taste! More with that taste drop!
Do it, Tyon. And you'll do this next week.
We're near our limit!
I'll draw them. You didn't disappoint. You like that?
We're chipping down the boss, then we're going to take out the last Ledness, and then finish it off. Ideally before the reinforcements arrive. And I can use Ledness command again. Or my healers just to be extra safe about it.
Right now.
Give it up! Did I read things wrong?
Tyon! They'll pay for this. Tyon, your tactics will win the day. Thanks for the support.
Ready to interlink?
Just one. I'll end it here.
We have a big gun. You ain't friends of this.
You can't
Do we even have launch? Yeah, the Ogre Talonard's the only source right now. And so not in the party. Might be able to get Noah and Neo. I'll just go ahead and use their Ouroboros. They might be able to charge up their Talonart, and that would make for a pretty quick end to this fight. Yeah, I think we can do it. Okay. Might not even need that. Alright. And look, Noah acquired Yumsmith.
Lay down and die already!
Commander Iserd! Please stop this now!
It did get Lambda Cannon once. It hit the party, but we survived it.
If he hadn't used his powers back there, you first started running. A win would have been a nice surprise. Quick, we're gonna miss the homecoming. First one they've ever had here, right? Uni! Look! Above!
What is this?
That's a Fronin.
Why give this to me?
Not that I have all that much time to spare, but soon.
What the?
Critic, there's a couple of points where the rendering is lagging, so that's not just you. Probably if I had played all these cutscenes out beforehand to get all the shaders compiled, this would be fine, but I did not.
This one? How about here?
Is it stuttering in that, like, audio is breaking up including me speaking, or is it just, like, the game is lagging a little bit?
What? Another illusion? Playing me for a fool? I'll show you a fool! I'll blow you away!
Oh, the video
you and all
buffering.
your rustling
That's
phantoms!
that's unfortunate. I wasn't seeing any
Intense.
stream
I can't
issues
defend
from my
against that.
end, so don't really know what to do about that.
Ouroboros form. I can too. Lance, come with me.
You insane!
Just trust me. Hurry!
It's over! Tyon!
Tyon, all of you. I won't let this creep lay a finger on anyone.
Quick thinking, Lance. Get off me. Had to go and play the hero. Come on. You're trying to protect you. Just stop it. No more arguing. Say, why a hammer? You gonna hit something or
I'm
not?
here, Victor. We haven't met before, have we?
Power of rocket boots. I really like Cinna's Ouroboros design.
The flame clock! It has to go!
Embers on coat. Brush them off.
If push comes to shove, do not blink!
Do whatever it takes. For the greater good.
The dead don't think anything. They don't speak to me. They don't want to cry.
Stop crying, lads! It won't change anything! I was top of the rankings in all the training our hearts out here, and nobody didn't see us. Is that why you're here?
It's not the looks that matter. It's the feelings you
Is
feel.
that why you're being an officer? For a commendation?
Better make it count!
I wish the gimmick of Mio's form was better than it is. Oh well. What's the point of being Ouroboros partners if you're not going to practice little speeches while you prepare your super moves?
Come on. Enough is enough, Commander. There's no reason for us to be fighting each other. If you still need a life to satisfy you, you can have mine.
Tyon!
If that helps put your heart at ease, if it settles the debt I owe Nimue, I'll do it.
Nice texture.
Commander? He turned into mud pie?
It was a trick. Who could have seen this coming?
Have you ever felt so much fondness that it made you quiver?
That voice.
Long time no see? You forgot about me. I missed you. All these sayings that have to do with time, they ring so insufferably hollow when you only have 10 years on the clock. It doesn't feel real. But you know...
No, it can't be.
Noah, Uni, Riku, Lanz. I have to tell you, I am overwhelmed with emotion.
Shocked Pikachu face.
Urayan, sincerely, I'm on the verge of tears.
Urayan? But you...
Urayan.
No, Toast, I think that's totally fair. I think there's a lot of like really entertaining twists to this story, and
Yes, Urayan.
it's easy to say, like with the benefit of hindsight, that they're obvious, but
He died in a battle with
I think
Agnes.
they're mostly executed pretty well.
They were all friends.
But wait, how does that work? How can he be...
Assuming the memories we saw were correct.
Like, I didn't catch on with what was happening with the
Noah?
golden or silver console in the first few cutscenes they appear in.
You're...
And yeah, I didn't
You're...
totally
You're our Yorn.
block that this
You're
was...
alive.
that Jay was
Was I
Yorn
alive?
until, obviously, the reveal here.
Of course not. I did die on that day. Evidently. That's why I can be here now. You can call me Jay. Guess what? I'm a proud member of Mobius now.
No, you can't mean it.
Yorn. You see, they gave me this incredible power. I can take people's memories and refashion them into my very own mud puppets.
Mud puppets.
Refashion my wings.
To be fair to myself, I did realize the gold console thing before the game outright showed us.
I don't want to die. Don't make me die here, please.
I told you we shouldn't have come here. You just had to make me.
This is awful.
I can't believe they shipped it with these mud piles looking the way they do. Like, they're in the focus. They're focused on several different shots in this screen, and they're just like...
But without
Yeah, this weird low-res blob looks great.
Yoren. To be honest, these nobodies are beneath me. Noah, Uni, or Lands, you'd make good puppets. What profound and clear-sighted words would your cold lips utter? I've so wished to hear. Why did you have to go and become Ouroboros?
Lauren, you were never like this. What did they do to you?
What do you think you knew of me? You didn't know anything. I am only myself, Uni. The realest, truest me. I don't need to hide anymore. I can finally be me. Becoming Mobius? Best thing that ever happened to me. I want you to feel it. Feel the joy I feel. Feel my absolute elation.
So I'm gonna kill you! Alright, so, new mechanic. Once we beat Lambda Fornis, we unlock those second Ouroboros forms, and now we can switch between them. We also get Ouroboros orders and chain attacks, so if you use both members of an Ouroboros pair within your allotted 3 non-hero orders in the chain attack, then after the second member of the pair, you will get an extra round to do an Ouroboros order, and that can even happen if you've otherwise used up your chain attack. So this is a mechanic that dramatically increases the damage of your chains because, number one, it can give you an extra order. Number two, the final order does a lot of damage. It has a huge damage bonus increase. And number three, although that's not fully applicable in this fight, the Uni and Taion Ouroboros in particular can deal an incredible amount of damage because you can charge up its stacking buff skill, which is Uni's shared blessing skill that increases her attack power with buffs in the party during a chain attack, and that's something you can't do with the Noah, Mio, or Lancena pairs, really. So, the other mechanic is if you are currently controlling a level 3 Ouroboros form when you start the chain attack, then instead of doing a normal chain attack, you will start with the Ouroboros order and then the counterpart Ouroboros order immediately after. So you get 2 Ouroboros orders, and with an Ouroboros order, the advantage is, number one, the initial chain attack damage bonus is higher, and number 2, you're guaranteed to refresh everyone in every round, but you only get 2 rounds, so starting a chain attack with Ouroboros is almost always worse than doing a normal chain attack, unless you just really need 2 rounds to finish and you want to get it done as fast as possible. So usually that's not what we want to do. Okay, we are going to retry immediately in this fight. We also just, you can see on the right side, game setting unlocked interlink control type. Finally, we were able to control all the Ouroboros forms ourselves, so the AI will no longer automatically take control and activate Ouroboros when you hit rank 2 or rank 3, and it also won't automatically interlink when one of the partners is critically low on HP. That's a huge quality of life improvement for us if we know what we're doing. You do have to go into the menu to change that setting if you've never done it before, but if you've changed that setting on a previous save file, then that particular setting does carry over, so I don't have to change it now. Yeah, they patched the glitch where you can lose this fight and then link Ouroboros skills in the menu even though it looks locked. I'm not aware that that was ever a glitch, that happened. I am going to retry the fight because I do want to fill out the soul trees for the new team members. So goodbye, suspenseful music. Mio's thing is that her Ouroboros, and yeah, it looks like you can't use the link slot. So I guess they did fix it. Mio's Ouroboros' gimmick is that it focuses on evasion, so it's got skills that increase evasion rate, and yeah, clear sight and eyes on the prize both do that. And then its big damage boosting skill stacks up attack power as you evade attacks. Unfortunately, it's pretty hard to build this because you need to wait for enemies to attack you multiple times and you need to dodge them, and you can't stack this at all during chain attacks. So this is totally ineffective on the Noah, Mio, Ouroboros order, unfortunately.
I got a new trick up my sleeve.
I'm gonna go up to the attack plus 20% node first, and then, like, the one nice thing about Mio's tree is that she can get all her raw attack bonuses more or less immediately. So I can get clear sight, attack plus 75, attack plus 30.
I got a new trick up my sleeve.
Fighting back, and yeah, we're gonna have a lot of tricks up our sleeve. Agility up, agility plus. Enhance radiant ring so we can get to the attack out 25% node. And finally we go for eyes on the prize. So that is, in fact, every single raw attack boost node on Mio's tree is already unlocked. So even though she doesn't really have anything to give her like a damage bonus increase that she can stack, she does have pretty decent raw attack to work with. For Tyon, we'll start with attack plus. His thing is, as the counterpart to Uni, who focuses on buffs, he focuses on debuffs. So he's got skills to support that, like Eclipse, which decreases enemy debuff resistance. This is one of the things that makes debuffs still viable, but still not very good in the late game, is that you can activate Tyon's Ouroboros, and when you enhance Eclipse later on, it cuts their debuff resistance in half. You combine that with Sappy Drain, you get 70% lower enemy debuff resistance. You can inflict them, it's just you have to invest a lot into it. It's not the best way to fight. We're going to grab Grand Priest because we have to go through the Enhanced Grand Priest node to get to some of his more important stuff. So we're getting that first. And then down to Unceasing Curse, extends the duration of debuffs. Strength Sapper. We're not going to be able to rely on this, but it's some modest utility. Reset enemy recharge when arts hit. You control time. We definitely want Shared Curse. This is the inverse of Shared Blessing. It gives them a damage increase for each debuff active on all enemies. It's not very applicable to chain attacks, so because you can only hit You can only put debuffs on the one enemy you're directly attacking, basically. But in group fights, as we'll see early in Chapter 4, this is an incredible bonus for him. Like just generic enemies they have to kill waves. That's very powerful. Okay, so now go through Enhancing Grand Priest. We'll take the attack up 20% on him. And then we're going to work towards the attack up 25, but we won't get there yet. So critical plus 15. And dex up 15%. Lastly, for Senna, she has to take the attack plus node to start. Her thing is combos. And so she gets launch and smash arts that she can unlock. Or enhance. Starts with the launch art, I guess. So combos and reactions. She deals extra damage when inflicting knockback and blowdown. She can prevent enemies from blocking her. This gives her the utterly crushing, makes all her attacks unblockable. And then when they do block or try to block her attacks, it gives a 60% chance to automatically inflict break, which is kind of nice. So between Senna and Lance, if you can get up to rank 3, then you've got a topple and a launch art that you can unlock on Lance, and then a launch and a smash art that you can unlock on Senna. Together, they can inflict the entire smash combo, and they have good chances to initiate it with the break thanks to this skill. But again, you can't use these combo arts during a chain attack, so you can't build up the explosive spirit bonus, which lets her stack damage bonuses as she inflicts combo reactions. So really the only thing that you can consistently build up in chain attacks is Shared Blessing, and that's what makes Uni and Taion the best Ouroboros order. Anyway, we'll go crit plus. We're going to go across first to the attack up 20% node and attack plus 75. And then we'll go through the sides for skills. We want Extreme Pursuit and Hellbound. Dex plus Explosive Spirit, so we can get that stacking skill. And then up to Merciless Pummeling so that we unlock Utterly Crushing as well to make our attacks unblockable. And that's where we'll stand right now. We can't actually unlock anything else because we've got 4 enhancement nodes and then this Flame Nova node. Alright, so for arts, I'm going to use Wing Smash on top, Earth Crusher, and then Hellbound. Generally, what I focus on for Ouroboros arts, at least early on, is going to be whatever works the fastest. What has the lowest frame count? But so Wing Smash is actually Senna's fastest art, hits on, but that still means it takes over a second to execute. All Ouroboros arts are pretty slow, except for one, which we'll talk about. So Wing Smash is pretty fast. Earth Crusher is like a second and a half in duration. It is the second fastest art. Flame Nova is actually a little bit faster, but we haven't unlocked that, and we probably won't use it. And then Hellbound, like all 3 other arts take 3 seconds take 2 seconds basically. And of those, I'd like to have the one that has the AoE. So that's basically the logic there. With Taion, he has the single best Ouroboros art in the game, which is Atomize. This has a really long animation, but it hits almost instantly as soon as you use it. And it inflicts Blaze in an AoE, so it inflicts a debuff, which feeds his debuff damage boosting skill. And because it hits almost instantly, even though it has a long recovery animation, you can cancel out of that by switching between Ouroboros forms. So that end lag doesn't really matter. It's just how fast can the attack damage come out. And Atomize comes out very quickly. So it's just an incredible art. Beyond that, we're going to run Spirit Raven just to have healing utility if we need it, and Grand Priest just because it's upgraded. Lurking Spider would be an alternate source of burst besides a Thaumaturge, but I don't really think it's worth caring about. And for Mio, we'll keep Deadly Twister on top. It's Not her fastest art. Technically, Jaguar Slash is the fastest to finish. But Deadly Twister gets its first hits off first anyway. Deadly Twister hits 3 times. Jaguar Slash hits only once. But those two are her fastest arts. And we're going to put Shining Halo in the last slot for now. It's 2 seconds long. Radiant Ring has 3. Yeah. Okay. So we've got our Ouroboros form set up. And we also want to update our normal loadouts a little bit. Just to try to minimize dying in this next fight, I'm going to put Ironclad on basically everyone. We already have it on Noah and Mio. I'm going to put it on Uni over her accuracy boost, because the main thing we're focusing on for this fight is chain attack damage. In chain attacks, all our attacks are going to hit, so we don't care that much about maintaining her accuracy or like not losing her bullet symphony stacks. Ion, likewise, I'm going to go with Ironclad on him. And on Lance, we're going to drop Soothing Breath because War Medic has a built-in skill to increase the damage or HP of allies he revives. And on Senna, finally, also we'll drop Steel Cleaver for Ironclad. And also for Senna, the Work Belt does nothing, so we'll stick a Steam Belt on her. And we're going to switch to Flashback now. Again, we're focusing on chain attack damage. We're not trying to maximize our out-of-chain damage. So just having an extra combo art is going to be the most effective thing that we can do with her. Okay. I'm going to control my Thaumaturge because it has my fastest debuff clearing art. And what I'm hoping to do is stay away from Consul J's front as much as possible, because he has AoE auto attacks in front. You can also inflict bleed on the team, which is very dangerous, but if I have Leaping Current ready, I can clear that really quickly. What I'm going to hope to do is keep him comboed as much as possible, clear the debuffs when they come up, do one chain attack. I'm not going to be able to kill with the first chain attack, but then quickly charge a second chain attack and finish with that one. Unfortunately, because we're not able to link skills from one Ouroboros form to another just yet, I am not going to be able to finish in the first chain. If we could link skills, we might be able to pull it off in just one chain attack, but I don't think it's feasible on hard mode. At least not at this level. I managed to clear the bleed before Tyon died, and this is going well so far. We've got our chain attack up, and now that we have Ouroboros orders, basically, we'll always pick the hero order if we see it. But aside from that, we always want to get Tyon and Uni's Ouroboros order at the end of the chain attack, if at all possible. And that means if we see Tyon or Uni in round 1 and we don't see our hero, we're always going to choose them. That's just to help maximize our chance that we see either Uni or Tyon to finish the pair in our final round, and then we can use the Uni, Tyon, or Boros form. So that does mean that some of our early rounds are going to be less consistent because we're picking healer orders, whereas we'd really like to be getting attacker orders, at least with this party configuration, so that we can get Bravo in round 1. But, yeah, what can you do? Them's the breaks. In this situation, I'm going to take Tyon, and we'll go with, I think the best choice is Uni first, and then Lance, and then Noah. We're not going to get to Bravo, so I'm going to reserve my 2 35 TP people for the next round to help get Bravo then, and I just want to guarantee that I get Uni back with a decent amount of TP.
How about this? Again.
How's this for a plan?
Okay, we don't want to take Uni now, because if we took her now, then we'd be forced to use our Ouroboros order in the next round, and we want to save that for the end of the chain attack. It will end the chain attack whenever we do the Ouroboros order. So, attack her order. In this instance, we should be able to do Uni into Mio into Gray, or Bravo result. That's not quite enough for us to go straight from Uni to Gray, sadly. Thunderstorm is picking up in your area. Good luck with that, critic. I know this can be a real drag. Yeah, we'll go Executioner just to guarantee that we get to 51. But we have used 5 characters now, and we're returning 2, so there's a decent chance that we fail to get an attacker back, which would be kind of unfortunate. The main thing we're really hoping for, though, is to get Uni. If we get Uni as one of our options in this next round, we'll be in very good shape. Or Gray. Gray works fine.
I'm with you.
Never let up. You can't get away. I'll bring you down.
Okay, now fingers crossed for Uni. All right. I'll go with our buff, and then heal with Lance, just to help get us back to full. Although, I guess I don't have to, because the effect of the Uni Tyon Ouroboros order is it heals the party to full. So, never mind. I'll just go... I guess it wouldn't really matter either way.
Never let up.
We've got almost a 600% damage ratio, and actually we may be able to use Uni first in this round. How much TP does she have? Oh yeah, no, she has a ton. Okay. I believe it is... Actually, I'm curious on the math here, whether it's actually better to use Uni for her higher damage, or to use Gray in this round to multiply that damage ratio increase. I can only do one or the other, because either of them is going to get plus 15 to their TP, thanks to Matt, because of the way Ouroboros orders give you both factions, like all factions, not even the 2 listed, and all rolls, so everyone gets plus 15. Guess we'll just do Senna. Because we do have the Uni or Tyon order, we want to make sure we have buffs in the party. So we'll use our buff arts again. That should ensure they last through the entire Ouroboros order. And yeah, I'm really curious. I'm going to try having Gray attack. 50% more damage increase, so we're going 596 to 807, so we just got, what, 211, and he was responsible for some 70% percentage points? I don't know. Anyway, Uni's form is the one that'll do all the damage because she has Shared Blessing, and Tyon does not right now, but once we can link Shared Blessing on Tyon, they'll both do tons of damage. Good timing for that stun. Alright, Ruin Marionette is the special art that Jay can use once he's enraged. It can't kill you, actually, but it can deal a lot of damage. I'm going to interlink everyone just to avoid the damage from that. And then I can show off how you can switch between Ouroboros forms instead of canceling arts into arts to build up your Talon Art and Ouroboros without using up a ton of your heat gauge. So I can deal a lot of damage like this.
Yep, this is bad.
I'll have you up and out in no time. I'm the one you want.
Thanks. It won't work.
If that daze had hit, that would have been perfect. Unfortunate. Luckily Lance saved me with the debuff clear. I didn't just die.
Eat this! More where that came from! It's all coming together.
Meet your end.
Let me give you a taste. Check out my power!
Yeah, I can't interlink Mio. Everyone's on cooldown actually, so we're just gonna have to eat this Ruined Marionette. Sadly. I'll save my arts until after we get hit though. I can get some quick healing. I might die.
Did I push you too hard? We can still turn this around.
You guys.
I'll get you up in a sec. I'm the one you want.
Yep. Hold on. Uni and Tyon to save the day. Alright. Perfect. Yeah, I got Liberty Wing, so I can rescue the party and go straight into the chain attack. I should actually win this. Alright. Phew. And we got Gray. Alright. So this should be a first try victory. Unless I really screw this up. I'm really happy about this. Nightmares of just sitting here and struggling with this for ages.
Never let up. Have another.
That was basically the perfect start to the order too. Hoping for... Okay, didn't get Uni or Tyon. In this case... Let me think. Am I better off...
I used my thinking muscles for this one.
I guess what I should do is Senna's order, and then Ray into... Well, we'll try it out. I think I can do Gray into Lance for the key pair bonus, and then to Tyon to finish with a Bravo that should return Gray. Yeah, that should work fine. Tyon just needs to get 6 extra TP. Ease break. Ah, you failure. Oh well. Should have gone with the defender order after all, I guess. Or had Gray go last.
I might have the answer.
I'll make this one.
I get first dibs. I can follow that up.
Now what would be really funny is if I'm gonna get 2 people back, so I shouldn't fail. But if I'd only got 1 person back and I got like just Lance and I couldn't finish the next order, that would be so sad.
Hit them where they least expect.
Alright, we didn't get Uni and Tyon, which is gonna make this a little dicey. We have to pick Lance, because if we picked Noah or Mia, we wouldn't be finishing an Ouroboros pair. So this is not ideal for sure, but I believe we'll have enough damage to punch through anyway.
I can follow that up.
The difference between Unitaion and the other orders is not as big in this fight as it is in future fights because we don't get the full value of shared blessing since we can't link it to Taion yet. Okay. I don't want to get 25 TP extra on Uni. I don't want to get to 80, so I should use my lower hit count or just quick draw. And we don't have to stack buffs right now, so we'll go max damage on Lance, and then I think we still want to keep the attack up buff, yeah. And into Gray. Alright, and then I believe in you, Senna and Lance. You should be able to get this done.
I got you in my sight. Hope you're ready for us. These fists just don't punch. Stay right there. Got a surprise for you.
Alright. We did it.
That'll do.
What a great way for that to play out.
Did you get a good taste of it? Of my elation?
Cut the crap. What are you droning on about? I don't buy it. I refuse to believe you're him. You aren't our Yoren. Yoren saved our lives.
So probably what I should have done in that fight is cancel everyone's interlink after we blocked the Ruined Marionette the first time, so we would still have that option on the second Ruined Marionette. And we wouldn't have gotten such critical HP, but it worked out.
Lads, Garble! No time! Look! Above! We can't! Noah!
Move it!
Lads!
We can take care of ourselves! Just go! Yoren! Why? You dumb clod! Come on! Yoren!
Yoren! You hurt? Can you run?
Yeah, more or less. Yoren, why?
We should go.
Yeah. Watch out! Urayan! 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 Urayan!
I still can't get over all of them saying urine.
You don't get it. You honestly don't get it. In that instant, I rose above you miserable fools by saving your worthless, piddling lives. It was indescribable, Lance.
Urayan.
Ah, wasn't this fun? I guess I'll call it a day here. Can't be hoarding all the fun for myself now. Gotta leave some for the next guy or gal.
Say what?
I should thank you, Lance. 'Cause I get to be like this now, and I owe it to you. Toodles.
Welcome to Great Cot Falls. Pentelos is a pretty region once you get through the Urayan Tunnels, which are incredibly dead.
Residential area. Do you think it's behind the waterfall?
Seems so. Let's stay alert.
So a couple things just happened. We just leveled up, got to level 27 exactly, so just in time for our next hero quest, which does recommend level 27. And Noah hit rank 10 in Guardian Commander as well. So we're going to do some class changing real quick before we progress with the chapter. Noah's going to switch to Heavy Guard. He's basically going to see that out over the course of the next hero quest. Mio's staying at Thaumaturge. Uni can have Accurate Grace back. And let's check on Noah. We're still happy with Variable Turret and Wide Slash fused. Skills, you can run Protector's Pride. For gems, we don't care so much about Accurate Grace now because we have multiple topple sources, so we're not that worried about missing our topples. So we'll go with Empowered Combo. Maximizes damage and aggro. And a Steam Belt, again, for more damage. On Tyon, I'm just going to drop Ironclad for Tailwind. And I think, like, the argument for keeping Lustrous Spike here is because it has a longer recharge, that means Myopic Screen is likely to be up separate from Lustrous Spike more, which means the AI is more likely to keep it available and be ready to daze things that are toppled. Conversely, if you run Dual Flash, you've got two arts with shorter cooldowns, so the AI will use Fusion Arts more. Well, anyone could use, whether it's AI or human controlled, can use Fusion Arts more and build up interlink levels. I think that's marginally more valuable at this point, so I'm going to go with Dual Flash. Lance will become the new Guardian Commander. We do want to keep training in that, unlocking our topple art on more people. So he's going Falcon Swoop, Noble Taunt, Shield Bash, same as usual, or same as Noah was running, with Tri-Slash, and his best damaging art to pair with Falcon Swoop is, well, you could argue Giant Swing, but I prefer Violent Flurry because of the faster recharge to go with it. You could even choose Lustrous Spike. It's not that much worse. It's like 2/3 the power of Violent Flurry, but it does get a major bonus if you do get incapacitated. I'll stick with the one that doesn't require you getting knocked down, though. And we need to set his skills. He wants Fighting Prowess, as usual, and Defensive Soul is his best second skill. Brimming Spirit empowered combo, standard for a defender. And he's going to run the Shadow Mask. Because we're going to fight up a whole bunch of land creatures in a second. And Senna can now switch back to Extended Slash. Steel Cleaver. Ryan, you think Ironclad kept Uni alive to interlink at the end of that fight? It very well might have been the difference. It may not have been because, as I mentioned, Ruin Marionette can't kill you. So I think she was left at basically critical HP and it might not have made a difference. But there's also a chance that it did. And I'd like to think it did. Okay, so the party's good to go, I think. Yeah, it looks like it. We've only got the one healer for now, but that will change very soon.
It's another thing to see it for yourself, eh?
Who doesn't like being liked?
But as it turns out, Colony Lambda isn't all dead and turned into mud people. They were just knocked out and replaced by mud people. This is one of the few places where we control just one party member. I'm pretty sure it prevents you from just running away and going elsewhere on the map, but yeah. You can't just run around and go fight creatures as Tyon solo, sadly. But you do get to go talk to people around the camp. And they basically all just say, it's fine, go find the commander. We could run around and open some containers around here too, but we'll save that till after we get the party back. So many Father Downers.
Tyon? So that's what happened. I'm sorry. I don't remember a thing. Except for that console silhouette. Did I say anything to you? I didn't say something hurtful, did I?
Not at all. You were your usual self, Commander. Our pride and joy. The same as always.
Tyon.
I see. I'm sorry.
Is that?
Nimue. She always cared so much about you. You possess an acuity that sets you apart. You'll be an elite, head and shoulders above the likes of us. Nimue, she wouldn't stop going on about you. So someone called you a coward? Nonsense. Consider it's what you are. Perhaps to a fault. You heeded a comrade's opinion. Isn't that right? Here's another thing she mentioned. That if you let us, if we could gain victory through your kindness, she'd have loved to see it. Even if it's too much, it should be yours to carry. And if you keep it safe, someday, I'd like you to go visit her.
How can I visit?
At the Cadencia frontier, beyond the Far Lane underpass, there's a place where sophronias bloom. Nimue always loved their flowers. And one of them was especially brilliant. I'd like you to bury it there.
Forgotten that that location actually gets mentioned here.
That'll show her, beyond all doubt, your victory through kindness.
Interesting. Before we go out of Colony Lambda, we'll meet all the residents.
We have some new names registered.
Sif shows up in a couple quests. But is Izzard, obviously.
Everyone,
Moraine and Shijima are the Offseer pair for Colony Lambda.
We have some new names registered.
I think Koji works on the Levnesses, what Kitty definitely
We have
does.
some new names registered.
Lambda has auto levs, so they have
We need to time this right.
unpiloted mechs.
Here we go.
Might as well claim this.
This has got to be worth a bunch.
What would it be doing here? We have some new names registered. Might as well claim this. We have some new names registered.
I honestly forget what roles Tulgrim and Whitby and Hozumi have.
We have some new names registered. Might as well claim this. What would it be doing here? All right, it's open.
Okay, now we've looted the place. Good job, us. Just a couple more things to take care of. For one, we'll go back into our soul trees, and now we have soul link slots. So we can borrow one ability or skill from our partners. So Noah's going to just try to maximize damage. He could take a skill as well, but the only one that really has any kind of synergy with what he's trying to do with his high crit, high attack power setup is biting back, and it's just very difficult for him. He has no evasion arts or anything like that that can help him build this up, so not very good. So he's just going to take the strongest attack boosting node. I believe currently it is technically best to take the attack up plus 75 node instead of the plus 25% node.
I'll share this with
But
you.
I'm going to take the 25% anyway because that'll be better later and I don't have to monkey with it. For Mio, here's where you have a choice. We could take the 20% attack up, and that would maximize her, or would seemingly maximize her damage and chain attacks. And I guess it will. I shouldn't say seemingly. So she could take the 20% attack up or the attack plus 75. And that would make the Noah, Mio, Ouroboros order as strong as possible, just in case we need a backup. We don't get the Uni-Tyon one. So if you just focus on chain attack damage, that's probably the best choice. However, there's another mechanic that we should consider, which is when you switch back and forth between Ouroboros forms, which is a thing you want to do at this point in the game in order to charge up your talent arts, as opposed to like waiting for your arts on your single static Ouroboros form to finish the animations and then let you use another art, and have to cancel into it to maximize your chain get or your talent gauge generation. What you want to do is just switch back and forth between forms. When you do that, the skills that stack up damage, like where is it? Omnipresent Blade or Mio's Biting Back, those get reset because once you switch off the character who has the skill, then the count that's building up that damage boost goes away. And then when you switch back, you're back at 0. But if you have the skill linked between both characters in the pair, then when you're switching back and forth between forms, they build that damage bonus together. So I actually do think it is worthwhile to have Mio take Omnipresent Blade.
Try this out, Mio.
Sure, I'll give it a go.
So she can stack up damage with that while you switch back and forth between Noah and Mio. For Uni and Tyon, Uni could take something like Shared Curse, and then she would get the same debuff, like damage bonus for debuff enemies that Tyon does. That's mostly inapplicable to chain attacks, and she already does enough damage really with Shared Blessing. So what I prefer is to take the 20% attack up node on her, but on Tyon we definitely want to take Shared Blessing so that they both can build up, or that they can both benefit from that damage boost when buffs are applied on the party in a chain attack. It's an incredible benefit to them both. For Lance, one tempting thing is to take Utterly Crushing or Explosive Spirit. Explosive Spirit because you can then build up damage bonus with combo reactions, or Utterly Crushing so you can get free breaks and not be blocked in your attacks. In fact, Lance not getting blocked is a really big thing for him because his arts take forever to come out, and it's kind of devastating if they get stopped. But I do think for right now, we don't really have enough time in our Ouroboros forms to really, or enough ability to generate interlink levels to really think that we're going to get the most value out of stacking these combo damage effects. Hey, Nats. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I'm glad to be doing it. So I think the move here is just take the damage boosting effects on both of them. And then later in the game, when we have 3 fusion arts and we've got some other tools available, then it'll probably make sense to switch and focus on being able to do the full smash combo chain with them. So Senna's just going to take attack up 20% as well.
I will, thanks.
Lastly, just want to check. We don't have any other outstanding Collectopedia requests to fill. So that is it.
Yes, Uni's the boss.
Are we going back to where we fought with Lambda?
I lied. I do want to talk to Varen first.
Always nice to see a new face.
They were literal clods, man. Nobody's actually died. Who are you doing that for? Land's got no tact. Do too. Is about atoning.
Riku, what you saying there?
Why are we seeing them off? I know they were only hollow vessels, but ultimately, we chose to fight and kill them. And nothing can change that fact. Even if there's no one to actually see off, we have to atone for that.
In a nutshell.
Oh, I see.
Atonement, huh?
Hey, is Ed okay with this? It's kinda...
Yeah, he doesn't mind.
Alright. Guess you're all weirdos. Still, kinda strange. I wonder when it all started.
I couldn't tell you exactly when, but I would surmise it started out as a kind of process for the upkeep of the world.
Sounds like a crazy kind of process. This is all going way over my head.
Quite simple, actually. It gives a sense of security, lets you think your dead friends are looking out for you from above, alleviating feelings of guilt and of loss. That's how I understand it.
Yeah, okay, but ain't there plenty of people who don't care about that?
What matters is that it is there. You don't need to pay attention. You don't need to do anything. But the way it is designed, if you think about it, it just works. We are told our life is born from the Queen, and to the Queen it returns. However, that's only if you make it to your homecoming. But what of the others? What of those who fall on the battlefield? Nobody knows. Where do they go? Seeing motes rise into the sky serves to dispel any unease. You end up believing, well, they're going somewhere.
But where is somewhere? The Queen's place?
No clue.
You what, mate? That's kind of non-committal for you.
Disappointed?
Nah, not fussed.
You lot, why are you making that stuff out here? Colony's got a perfectly good kitchen.
Out of commission, apparently. Somebody made a real mess of the place.
Hold on a sec.
Sorry, Mia.
If we hadn't done what we did, chances are we would have all been dead by now. That's why we...
It's all right. Everyone understands why. You were really brave, Senna.
Really? You're not just saying that?
Nope.
Meh. This real thrill of travel. Excitement mounting.
Huh. Seriously, Noppon can be a bit too easygoing.
Everyone deals with things in their own way.
Is that right? And why are you acting all normal? It was Urayan. He looked just like his old self.
I suppose you think you're the reason for that, do you?
Huh?
In that case, I'm telling you to drop it right now. So Urayan turned up. That alone isn't so bad.
Course it is!
Figuring out why it happened. That's what we should do.
What do you mean, why it happened?
The reason we became Ouroboros. The reason the world looks like this. It's all connected. I'm sure of it.
Or maybe you just want it that way.
Better than being stuck in the past.
I won't. I can't. I'll never snuffing forget.
What even ruined the canteen?
There shouldn't be any life in those
Maybe it
bodies.
was a shockwave.
Months
Maybe it's
still
just
rose.
the devastating effects of
I knew it.
Senna and Lance hitting it up at the same time. Who can say?
The dead don't think anything. They don't speak. But survivors speak for them. To celebrate their life and death.
I genuinely forgot that this was...
That's why I'm here.
that this scene was here in the story.
Lance, we are still alive.
It ain't like you to sulk like this.
Piss off.
Now I'll bust your chops. Maybe not, but I'm getting warmer.
Uni, for spark's sake, read the room.
Hard pass. Look, Lance, I was there too. No one's asking you to forget. Noah's just saying, move on.
Ah, Noah. He's always a step ahead, eh?
You know he's an overseer. He's closer to it all than we are. To the ones who are gone.
Being left, it ain't easy.
I know. Still, I don't want to disappear.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Not like we can afford to go just yet.
Wow, this is a long set of cuts.
The Agnian commander bites the dust!
I'll kill you! He had 2 months to go! And you mutters killed him!
Sea Guy, forgive me.
She's remarkably articulate for getting shot in the forehead.
All dead, all done. Ah, did you hear those dulcet death throes, though? See, Guy, forgive me. Forgive what? Why is she apologizing? Ugh, humans! Such useless pawns. So I win then.
You see what they're drinking, though? Is that like literal fireball?
Nauseating. Might we infer from that, N?
Is there naught here but these vulgar pleasures?
Huh. I see why you would feel that way. But you have not the luxury.
Say what you mean.
Pleasures and sorrows, meetings and partings, their roots are the same. Tolerance of existence is at the heart of them all.
You want me to frolic with them?
You shall find there's no such thing as luxury in this world. Everything buds from but a single thought. That you yourself are here is proof definite thereof. You need not understand. You can simply
I don't think I
remain
quite
as you
understand.
are. That is enough.
Like, what point about his philosophy is Zed trying to elucidate there? Anyway, that sets up a couple of the major players for bosses in Chapter 4. Spoilers. And that's the end of Chapter 3.
We all have secrets deep within. Memories we can never erase. Difficult experiences. It's just a distant dream of mine right now. But if we can just reach out to each other, even a little, we can tease out those delicate shapes. Then, with time, our bonds will grow stronger until one day.
It's rising. We're getting more light. This is Colony Delta. That's smoldering camera.
Kool-Aid.
It's valid. It's stuff for legends, but we can win. We're gonna make it. Consul, sir. Right, all troops.
I don't know, am I backing the team with the generic looking Fornis or the one with the badass samurai looking Fornis that we've never seen before?
What's that for Fornis?
Wouldn't it be great if humongous mecha were a thing that actually made any sense at all in real life.
Listen here. You've done well to come this far. But now, smoldering Kamaravi takes the field.
No way. He let us think we had them pinned. But really, we were the ones that were trapped. Spark this! Everyone pull back! Full retreat! We gotta leg it before...
Just who are you? Perhaps a guard, perhaps not.
Well, well. Smoldering Kamaravi. Your name is no mere affectation.
A consul? No. You're...
Well, isn't that exciting? This would provide us with all the necessary topographical data. Supposed to go up. So yeah, departure time, but actually not really, because instead of going and doing something exciting, we're going to do the most fun thing you can possibly do in a video game. Participate in a bureaucracy. Who's ready? I'm ready.
Here's a good spot to catch our breath.
We can pick up a couple quests here with some info that we can eavesdrop on in Colony Lambda. Including one that's about getting our canteen back. And for my money, that quest is actually the funniest in the game.
Always nice to see a new face.
It's just ridiculous what you have to go through for this. Like, it's not that extreme in terms of your actual time sink, but just the illustration it gives you of like how Isford runs his colony is very funny.
I see.
Unfortunately, the other quest, the missing Offseer quest,
It sounds pretty serious.
nowhere near as funny. But probably more important. I do want to check out the commissary as well. Once again, just like with places like Colony 30, some of these are real items that you could see value in, like strong amber, extra damage to dazed enemies. If enemies are dazed in a chain attack, that's a decent boost. Or white wraps when they're launched, that's actually helpful. Protect your headgear, more crit rate, but we just don't have enough accessory slots for these to be worth considering, so we're just going to ignore those. I also would like to go into Izzard's tent and start his quest.
What's wrong, Commander?
Oh, it's you guys. The Fornis was heavily damaged during the battle, do you remember? As a result, some of our remote administrated autolevs aren't responding to transmitted instructions.
I'm not 100% on the techno-babble, but that doesn't sound good.
Indeed. I've sent some of our tech guys over, so we'll know soon enough.
Do you really need the machines?
Are you thinking there might be another battle?
It's nothing like that, I assure you. Colony Lambda is now focused on ether mining, and...
What was that? We just received word of a tunnel collapse.
What? I'll be there ASAP. Are the troops assembled?
They're all in position.
Then go on ahead. Sorry about this, after you took the trouble to come all the way here.
Commander, please let us lend a hand.
Only if you're sure. But your help will be welcome.
Roger that.
Such tension, excitement. But we need to cut the red tape first.
Let's hurry into the tunnels.
And the overworld music doesn't at all match the cutscene. So, back to the shelter campsite. We will
You know, you've got to take regular breaks.
discuss the info we just got.
Right then, strategy meeting.
So Shijima, one of the two officers we met at the end of the last chapter, is missing, and we need to track him down. Also, this is explaining that even if we break the flame clocks, the marks that indicate how much lifespan you have left are not disappearing. And then finally, Lambda's problem is about the fact that they don't have a canteen and they're not able to organize themselves to rebuild it.
Let's keep things on a tight loop.
So, how do we resolve the canteen issue? Well, we run over here to Sif. And Sif says, I'd love to, but I put in a request and it hasn't been approved yet, so we can't do anything about it. So we have to go to the head of the engineering corps and the chief of logistics and the head of the supply corps. And see which of them can sign off on this for us. Well, it's not with Hozumi. Supply Corps is not responsible. And Whitby says, it's not my responsibility. I already did it. Kitty over here says, oh, I forgot about it. My people are busy. Alright, so now everyone says they approve. So we'll go back to Sif and say, yeah, you know, if you'd walked 60 yards, could have gotten this cleaned up. Now Izzard has to give it a stamp too, with a literal stamp in his office.
Sorry, would you mind stopping by the commander's office? We can do the final approval in the commander's office.
Izzard's like, okay, well now that we went through all that procedure, This will be great. Hooray! We've made all the necessary arrangements, and now we get to sit at a black screen for a few seconds, and ta-da! There's a canteen in front of us. Well done, everyone. We did it.
Huh. Would you believe it?
Now we can sit down for a nice meal, which is actually a not very nice meal for our purposes, because it's an experience boost meal, and we do not want to increase our experience, especially not if we're also if we're not also increasing our CP gains at the same time. So we're going to run around for a second, go explore the lower level of Great Cot Falls, and as long as we're not fighting anything, we'll leave this up, but we want to replace this meal with something better before we actually fight anything. I'm going to run over to the Aquifer Exhaust, where we came out of the Urayan Tunnels, and then just hang a quick left here and duck into this area, which takes us to a secret area with a unique monster inside. Say hi to Massive George's. Say bye to Massive George's. And then up this slope, there's a container and an ether channel.
Better not spill any of this. It'd be rude not to.
And then we'll go across the water over here to this little island, the Fallfoot Battle Scar, which has a bunch of husks on it.
Are they fighting each other? Rude.
Fallen soldiers. It would only be right to give them the proper repose.
Thinking about it, I like the Heavy Guard outfit a lot more than the Guardian Commander outfit. At least on Noah. Noah wears Heavy Guard really well. Although I guess there is something a little bit odd about the short sleeve and duster combination. Over here on this shore, there's an ether channel. There's also a secret tunnel that you may not have ever checked out if you played this game. You can move this rock, and then inside is a set of mushrooms. Is this useful? Not really, but it's here. Now we're going to run up this slope to Maroon Bridge. We are going to come back for that ether sphere, but that'll be later. We just want to run by and...
Guys, get ready to fight.
Grab some extra stuff over here. Once you're out of combat, we'll put this ladder down.
Push this thing here and...
Although I'm not sure I'm ever going to use that shortcut. And over here next to the Rogals,
Be at rest.
we get enough another husk. Next up, we're gonna head. There's another of the colony Iota squads, which we won't face right now. We're gonna run into the tunnels here.
Think we can get back to the Urayan Tunnels from here?
We should be able to, but since we're going to the Great Cot Falls, we won't need to at this time.
The tunnels are up ahead.
Is that what I think it
There's
is?
a Pepito here. Hello. A flute Pepito.
The tunnel walls should have been stabilized. What happened?
Hey, look over there.
It's collapsed.
Ah! We got monsters!
Weirdly, even though this cutscene shows those score boxes at the elevator, they're not
Found their way in here.
actually there when you get around to that side.
But there's no direct path there. We'll have to go around.
You've got Levnesses, don't you? Wanted to make short work of these things.
But we need permission from each squad's leader to activate a Levnis.
Oh, come the snuff on. This is an emergency.
You stay here on standby. There might be another clap, so we'll go on alone.
But Commander!
Execute a partial evacuation once the tunnel mouth is secured. Coordinate with the medic corps and treat any wounded. Now, these are special orders for which I take full accountability. Inform the other troops.
Yes, sir.
Now, all of you.
We'll be fine, Commander. You can count on us.
So true, Morning Toast.
Understood.
He did say, "But Commander."
Sorry for dragging you into this. We want to reach the cave-in.
Sorry, Izzard. We want to go reach this origin shard first.
Shiny. These are lying
Thank you.
around everywhere.
Over on the left side, there's a Vessy squad, but we're not going to fight them. We do want to go up across. Hopefully, not get attacked by that score box. We can't.
Look at that.
Yeah. We want to go across here. Now that we're coming into the tunnels from this side, we can knock down these.
Here we go!
I don't know what this is. It's some kind of. I mean, it's a wheeled cart thing. I don't. With two towers and a cross beam. I don't know what that might have been for. But that gives us access to this container.
Come to uni.
And the very next thing we're going to do is run over to where that elevator is and go fight some score boxes. So we don't want our experience meal active for that. Instead, we're going to replace it with the best meal possible. Plus 20% CP meal.
I'm starving. Got anything I can eat? That's good.
That was great for morale. Shall we embark?
Everyone got their strength?
So now that we ran all the way back to Isha, let's go into the Urayan Tunnels again. Most convenient warp point is the Stone Yard. So we'll have to run back through the tunnels, back where we had the had to race past all the colony Lambda troops. The end of the last chapter. They're going to be replaced with a whole bunch of little critters, but we won't fight those.
Not to worry, just stick to the plan.
We've been spotted.
Got a rare doodah right here.
I got that Mora just sitting on the ground
You
there.
itching to get
This wasn't here last chapter, but now there's a ladder that lets you go back up this ledge. So that's why this was a point of no return previously. Once you go down here at the end of chapter 3, you can't warp out. Although if you get to the boss fight with the Lambda Fornis and then quit out of that, you are allowed to warp elsewhere in the world. So they don't just like trap you in front of the Lambda Fornis with nothing to do but fight it over and over again. So you could get, I guess, soft locked if you just end up with that fight like 10 levels under and you can't win. They do give you an out.
Come to uni.
Something so valuable here.
Through here we can get to elevator number 3.
Right there.
We will come back to this, or elevator number 2 rather. We will come back to this spot later. But for right now we're just going to run straight through.
Off we go.
Bye, Izzard, and the rest of the team. Oh good, you made it. But Izzard jump. No, Izzard don't.
Can anyone hear me? We're here to help!
Commander! We're safe! No casualties here!
Looks like there weren't too many working this deep inside. I'm glad everyone's unharmed. I didn't think there'd be a cave in here, considering the geology, and with this level of structural support. I suppose the cave wall was weak enough for the monsters lurking there to break through.
When the excavation uncovered an area of concentrated deposits, the monsters that lived there must have sensed the chance.
The ether find is good news, but for now let's get everyone out.
There might be more monsters. We better keep an eye out.
Noted.
How are you going to feel about that ether find if someone else were to harvest it all before you could? Is there just hypothetical? Just asking questions.
Just part of the protocol, innit? Leave it to me.
Anyway, we'll get in here. This room could actually be kind of dangerous, but we'll see if we can use our Ouroboros pan strats. We're gonna need them because I just triggered 5 score boxes at once. But basically, Atomize comes out really fast. Raptor Raid comes out really fast. If I just switch back and forth between Uni and Tyon, then they should do a pretty good amount of damage in AoE, and they're our most effective method for clearing these fights against enemies in large groups without like really tough bosses. Frankly, they're not half bad at damaging bosses too. So yeah, if you know about the Ouroboros switching trick, and particularly if you know about doing it with Uni and Tyon, they do tend to make combat in this phase of the game pretty trivial, outside of boss fights. I mean, even still, we are almost dying. But not quite.
It worked because you carried the plan out to the letter, Mio.
I'll do my best.
Step aside, we will trample you.
They've been absorbing the ether. Stay on your guard.
Let's do it, Tyon. Uni's got hate.
I guess I haven't really been discussing what Izzard can do, and I should adjust that because I think I do want to change his arts out. I should have done that before I came in here. The art spam is so fast that it's actually better to keep using Raptor Raid and Atomize than it is to go for the Talon arts, except maybe at the very end if you just want to extend your duration of your Ouroboros form for a while.
I guess riding a Levnis meant they avoided any serious injuries.
A little silver lining to a great big cloud. Glad to hear. Tyon? No, all of you. Thanks for your assistance. You saved us.
On the contrary, Commander. We were just following your orders.
Right. We could only react so fast thanks to your quick thinking.
That's about as much as I can do. The people of Colony Lambda, and you as well, all knew what needed to be done. And due to that, the rescue was a success. I can't thank you enough.
You've even managed to secure a nearby ether deposit. I'm a bit jealous.
Yes. Actually, our troops reported a harvestable ether source recently. And with enough resources in the bank, perhaps the colony could have some peace of mind.
I hear a fair few colonies are lacking ether.
Izzard's posture fascinates me.
Nothing without it.
I know some people
Everyone
who
in Lambda knows
like
to be prepared to do
who
anything
stand
with
like
power
that,
rather than lose it.
and I find it very
By the way, how are your
odd.
Our travels?
Sometimes I'm envious of folk like you. Strong-willed and forging ahead.
Oh, well, we're not that.
Actually, I think being a commander is a pretty big deal in its own way, eh?
Smoldering Camaravi and the famed Silvercoat certainly are. But I'm not that kind of lone pioneering type.
I think most people feel the same.
I know my own weakness best of anyone. The day we lost Nimue and you, Tyon, I abandoned all thought. The consul sensed my weakness, knew I'd pass my responsibility to another, and took merciless advantage of it.
Oh.
That's one thing I learned from losing. Ironically, if I hadn't experienced that loss, I'd never have come to understand this feeling in me. Sorry, no one needs to hear all that. Ah, yes, I owe you all, don't I? Would you come to the commander's office later? I'll be waiting.
Well, unfortunately, I can't show Izzard right now because he leaves the party temporarily. So we'll run and harvest the ether, and then we'll go pick him up again.
Better not spill any of this. I'll just soak all this up. We've explored a fair chunk of this.
Okay, so back to Colony Land.
So, I wanted to thank you all somehow.
We didn't lend a hand just so you'd give us something in return.
Too right. We don't expect any thanks.
That may be so, but
Oh yeah, did the thing with the autolevs get sorted out?
I only just got a report saying they don't know why they won't work. After seeing that cave-in, I want to investigate thoroughly. An autolev is vital for that investigation. If we can't bring them back here, they can't be of any use to us.
Here it comes.
I'm not planning on getting you involved for every little thing. I already can't thank you enough for your help with the cave-in.
Excuse me, Commander. I have a report about the autonomous Levnesses.
Any new developments?
Yes, sir. It seems they're operational.
I see.
They wanted you to take a look and judge if they can be used or not, sir.
Roger that. Well, I'm sorry for bringing you all out here. I have to go.
I'd like to come along.
What do you mean?
Oh, good call. I need some closure on this.
We won't get in the way. Is that okay?
As you wish. Then follow me.
Okay. Got Izzard back. So, first off, looking at him in his class, Strategos. He's got... Well, check the skills first, that gives you an idea of what it's about. Prowess Gambit means that when he buffs an ally, he gets a damage boost himself. That's actually a pretty powerful effect if you could stack it quickly. Unfortunately, it is on a healer with relatively low attack, and Izzard himself only gets 2 buff arts. There's Mirror Trap as a regular art, and then Soulfire. Actually, no, it's just 1 buff art. Yeah, he's got several debuffs, but only 1 buff art. So when he uses the Mirror Trap, he can get 25% more damage. This does not count for each instance of the buff. It's just like when you use an art and that art successfully buffs at least one person, you get plus 25%. So it actually takes forever for him to stack this. Sapping Gambit extends duration in times of debuffs. Strengthening Gambit extends duration of buffs. And Preemption Gambit gives a attack up to all allies when you start the battle on a preemptive attack. So basically, if your weapon is drawn when the battle starts, so if you're walking around the overworld and you have your weapons drawn and an enemy notices you, that counts as you doing a preemptive attack. But if they see you and start the battle while your weapons are not drawn, you don't get credit for this. So the class is ostensibly about using buffs and debuffs to control events on the battlefield. You get attack bonuses, and then with the arts, you've got Mirror Trap, Counter Heal. What this does is when you take a certain amount of damage, it'll heal back a portion of that for an extra buff. And then No Love Lost inflicts physical defense down. So cuts enemies' physical defense. Unfortunately, this is not nearly as powerful as things like Ultimate Qigong, because the magnitude of this is like 5 percentage points. So it's not that important. Moonshadow inflicts Bind. We've discussed Bind with Thaumaturge before. It is a very powerful buff because it's basically like a 5 or 6 second stun. And the enemy can't do anything. But it's a low power art, low high recharge, and a lot of enemies have pretty high resistance to Bind. So it's got 2 debuff arts, 1 buff art, and then also the talent art is another debuff. Attack down is a decent debuff to inflict at least. What it does have is Gyre Flow, a regenerate field, as its requisite field art. That's pretty nice. It makes for pretty steady healing output. This is weaker than the talent art on Medic Gunner, but still, regenerate field is useful at this point in the game. But there's no direct healing art. Instead, you get Razor Wind, which is one of those healing arts that heals allies when it hits. So, is Strategos great? I would say not really, but it works pretty well at this point in the game. It does have good healing power. The regenerate field is a nice thing to work with. It does a good job of keeping the party healthy. And it does have some useful stuff to carry to other classes. The level 5 or rank 5 skill is Strengthening Gambit. And that's not always very useful. We discussed before how when you use buffs in Fusion, they automatically get a duration bonus that will basically max out the duration. It'll hit the duration cap. So if you're looking at like extending buff duration, the only thing this affects really are unfused arts, which you generally want to avoid later in the game, and talent arts, which can't be fused. So, and there are some very powerful buff talent arts where you might care about having Strengthening Gambit, and we are going to work on unlocking this on every character because of that. But it's not actually that applicable to most kinds of buffs that you might be generating. So yeah, that's Strategos. Good class. One of the best features really is just it's another Agnian healer, and that means it can like use its normal arts and then also carry things like Shield Bash and Myopic Screens to support with combos. Before we go to the next fight, we do want to make a couple of changes. Number one, Senna should swap accessories again because we're going to fight some Leadnesses once more. Oh, there we go. And Lance, we want to change over to Thaumaturge himself. So now we've got Mio and Lance both in it for this next fight. Because Ultimate Qigong is so powerful, it's important to get training in this as soon as we can. So Lance is getting his start now. And we have enough topple support between Tyon and Noah right now. So with Lance, we want Rank Splitter, we want his buff art, always important for chain attacks now. We keep Armor Veil, we want Myopic Screen, and Multi-Blast is perfectly fine. Fighting Prowess and Cypher Edge are basically his 2 best options. Reminder that Healing License does not work on anything in the Thaumaturge kit because it only applies to healing type arts and regenerate fields, and Thaumaturge has neither of those. And we'll give him Soothing Breath and Ironclad. And a Wing Necklace. Myopic Screen, what about your Opic Screen? Now I want to know, Morning Toast. I'm curious now, what about your Opic Screen? Tell me. But that's it for party setup. So now we get to sprint across the lower level, the 3rd cataract of Great Cod Falls. And we want to make sure our CP meal is going to last for the entire fight, but I am not worried about that. Should have plenty of time. Our Opic Screen, now we're talking.
The Autolevs are stationed in the cave at the Pure Bluffs.
That's all we have to say about that.
We don't exactly have what I'd call an open schedule.
Sorry, I know this is selfish.
Nah, mate, I don't blame you.
I may owe Commander Izzard a great debt, but he's also someone I just want to help. even if I didn't owe him. I think every soldier in Lambda probably feels the same.
It sounds nice, doesn't it? Feeling attachment to your colony, to your commander.
Yeah, definitely.
What happened?
Hey, is everything okay?
Commander! The Levnesses! They started moving all of a sudden!
What?
And then they just came for us!
But any autonomous unit should have safeguards to stop it attacking us.
That came from right up ahead.
Huh. Lucky thing we tagged along, eh?
Please, stay back, Commander. We can take it...
What are you saying, man? I'm fighting. It'd be a lousy example for the troops if I just stood around and stared.
Then let's go.
Huh? What's that?
Oh, hello. I did just realize that I forgot to actually change Izzard's arts around, so we'll do that before we go in. I want Gyroflow on the bottom. I prefer to having his attacking arts on the top. I'm going to run Razor Wind as his primary option. It is both his most powerful art and also the it has like 8 hits, so it's really good at generating TP, which is very helpful on Izzard. We'll see why when we do some chain attacks in a second. And secondarily, we're going to run Mirror Trap so that we have access to a second buff. So now we've got Leaping Current and Mirror Trap. It may not work out this way because of the way hero healers work and chain attacks, but we want to give ourselves at least a chance to have 2 buff arts set up for the final round of the chains if we get Uni and Taion Ouroboros. Okay.
Hey, is that... just part of the protocol, innit?
Okay. Great. Wonder what it's like inside.
It's another thing to see it for yourself,
This
eh?
looks serious.
Great! I'm the one you want.
You're a gem.
With 3 healers in the party, this fight shouldn't be too much of a problem. The body cannon art on these armadillos does hit an AoE, and that can make them dangerous, especially when they do it back-to-back like they just did, but I think we're going to have enough recovery in the party to get through this just fine. Especially since my best attacker has some good evasion arts to use. But she did just die.
I'll patch you up. Just bear with. I'll get you shipshape in no time. This'll keep me going. Everyone healed up?
We're going to try to get chain attacks on both armadillos. What makes that easier is the fact that we can basically kill from any HP. Now with our combination of Izzard and everything he can do in chain attacks and the Uni Taion Ouroboros orders. So we shouldn't have too much trouble once we get the chain attack gauge charged up. Just as long as everyone's alive, that is. Just hold on a sec. Okay. Should be good to go. And we got Izzard's order, so this we can show that off immediately. This is a really nice order because it combines half the effect of Uni's order with half the effect of Taion's order. It reduces enemy physical and ether defense both by 15%. So it's not quite as strong as either one individually, but it does stack with them. You do get diminishing returns on adding this bonus up, but still, very good effect. It makes him extra useful at maximizing chain damage. Izzard is not, from the standpoint of maximizing the damage you can get from a chain attack, he is markedly worse than Gray, but Gray is much less consistent, whereas Izzard is incredible at giving you consistent chain attacks because he has 40 TP, so he's able to finish orders, and when he finishes an order, he automatically gets a Bravo rating. So if you've got Uni or Noah or Taion in an attacker class, like basically anyone who has 25 plus TP and is not in the same faction as Izzard or anyone who has 30 plus regardless, you're just guaranteed on every attacker or healer order to get at least 100 with your attacker followed by Izzard. It's just always going to happen. Unless you do something silly, like use Dead Set as your initial arc or something. So, we can use 2 characters and get Bravo. And then we're guaranteed to get both of them back, so we can reuse our attacker, followed by Izzard again, get Bravo again, but now we stacked up TP on our attacker to like 70, 80, potentially even 90, depending on which attacker you're using. So maybe you do that one more time to get really close to 100 on your 100 TP on your attacker, and then you finish with an amazing later in the chain attack. It's really nice, and we'll see that in action now. So we just barely got to 40 TP with Uni there, but because Izzard matches this order, he's going to get plus 15, so he's guaranteed 55, and then plus the extra points he's going to get from attacking and healing and everything that comes up. So there you go, 150. Now we want Uni's order. We're always picking Uni or Tyon first opportunity, unless we get a hero order. So Uni again. Into Izzard again. If only we could get it guaranteed amazing. Well, in a way, this kind of can be a guaranteed amazing. For this round, we don't want to pick Tyon because we don't want to finish the Uni-Tyon pair yet. In fact, what I'm going to pick is Mio in hopes of not hitting 80 on Uni, so that she gets really close to 99 TP, and that will set up a nice amazing for the next round after we finish this one with Izzard. Although, actually, come to think of it, it would have been better to finish that attack with Tyon. He should have gotten us to 150 as well. And we'd like to not cap out Izzard's TP if possible. But in essence, this guarantees an amazing as well. It's just a few rounds later. Got Tyon, perfect. Let's go attempt to break and topple. Sadly didn't get it. And then Senna. Into Mio. Into Lance, because we're going to get everyone back. Into Uni, amazing. Alright, so we don't want to go with Izzard. Like, if he had lower TP, we could potentially use Mirror Trap to get a second buff on this round, but if we use him, he'll just get to 100 by himself. We don't want to use him right now. We'll go with Senna, and that will actually kill, so we don't have to worry about it. And that's one down. Also, Uni has acquired Thaumaturge. Hooray. Brainiac, I'm making you want to play the game again? Well, hope you got 100 hours of your life to spare. Or you could do the speed run and finish in like 6 or something, whatever it is, 7 hours. I could use my rank 3 Ouroboros, but I don't want to do that because I am looking for a chain attack kill here. And I don't really need the extra damage to get the chain attack kill, as you've just seen.
Divine protection! You're in for it now!
Oh, rip me.
I'll get you shipshape in no time. There!
The one thing about FMJ is it's really frail. Especially on Uni, it has the worst HP in the party. So if you do get hit, you will die pretty quickly. Ooh, we get a burst. Unfortunately, these boss enemies don't actually drop any materials. They do drop like stuff that can give you money, but that's it. Oh, perfect. Hello, wizard.
I have your back, whatever the weather. Grasp the flow, then attack! I am relentless!
Check out what I've got in mind. I'll make this one.
We get Tyon first this time, which is slightly worse, but still fine.
I have your back, whatever the weather.
Keep hitting hard. Take this.
I just thought of a great idea!
Okay. There are really two options here. We could try to use Lance's order and go with Uni and try not to hit 80, or we could go with an attacker order and then follow that up with, like, go Izzard first into Uni to get to Bravo. And could go either way, really. We'll see how we do with the Defender order going Uni first. I don't want max TP, so I went with Quick Draw instead of Fatal Barrage. And that's looking good. I think I could even get to Bravo with Noah with a shot. Because Variable Turret's going to get a bunch of TP as well. Nice. That is better than using Izzard, because Noah does more damage than Izzard does.
How about something like this? You right, you pick mine.
Go with Tyon here for the key pair. And then Senna.
You're in for it now!
And then attack buff. And then attack with Lance, and then Uni. And that should actually finish in this round, I think. Maybe not quite. I don't know. I think Uni's order will do it. Yep. Sweet.
This is the power with which we fight.
So there we go.
This man's tough.
Can barely put a dent in it.
Oi! The spark you doing?
Concentrate on their power sources.
Where are they?
Finish it up now! Tyon!
Right.
Look out! Whoa!
Now, Tyon! Open fire!
Wasted. I actually really like that
Nice one.
look of open mouth shock that Lance gives there. That was cool.
Commander Izzard! It's over.
So, can we do that in gameplay, please?
Feels like all I do is ask you to clean up our messes. Thanks again. If there's anything I can do.
But why did they go berserk?
It might have been set so they couldn't tell between friend and foe once restarted.
You think so? So you're saying that forcing them to restart overwrote the previous instructions?
Oh, man.
I'll have engineering give me the details. We need them in running order, but they can be dangerous tools, so care is paramount. Regardless, let me know if there's any way I can thank you.
We told you before, we didn't do this for any reward.
Won't fly. I can't rest easy knowing I'm this deep in someone else's debt.
If you're going to insist... Do we need anything, guys?
Let me think.
All right, I've got something.
Whatever it is, just say the word. We've put you out of your way.
I want you to fight by our side once more.
Say that again.
I want you to see for yourself that the path I'm walking is the right one, Commander.
Tyon, has this been bothering you?
I understand. My position as commander means I probably won't be able to accompany you at all times. But I pledge myself and Colony Lambda to you, Tyon. No, to all of you. Call me anytime you need me. I'll come running no matter what.
Thank you very much, Commander.
I better brush up on my skills to keep up with you all. Colony Lambda will have to keep up with its current developments too.
We can help you with stuff like that, mate.
Now look here, I can't ask that of you.
Look, we're friends now. Nothing wrong with asking your friends for help.
We're friends, you say. You're incredibly trusting, you know that.
What's that supposed to mean? We're just helping.
I don't mean anything bad by it. If I need you, I'll ask for you.
Please, call us anytime you need.
I'm a lucky man to have friends like you, Tyon.
Okay, so Izzard joins the party. If you couldn't guess, Tyon is the inheritor. He's not going to start on that immediately, but he'll pick it up shortly. Here we can see the upturned Colony Lambda Fornis over in the distance, and behind us, if we go back in that cave, there are a couple of items we can get on the backside. Well, a husk on this side, and then a container on the other end.
Come to
Say,
uni.
isn't this valuable?
These are lying around everywhere.
Okay, and we are due for some class changes, not least because Noah has just finished Heavy Guard. But we'll leave things there for the night. So we'll take in the view for just a few seconds. Enjoy the night sky.
Every day's a training
And we'll
day.
check out more in Pentelos, and also do some exploration back in Fornis. Pick up some things we skipped. next time. So, I'm gonna save here.
Just part of the protocol, innit?
And that'll be it for now.
Huh? Hey, did you guys...
Thanks for coming, everyone. Appreciate all the support and the participation. Hope to see you again next time. And yeah, I'm really glad with how the fights went. My nightmare today was like, we show up to the Urayan fight and I end up failing it like 5 times and spend an hour and a half on it. So, that was great. I'm super stoked about that. So, anyway, that's it for now. Good night, everyone.